Caribbean Wraith, Pax West, Book 3. Written by Christopher Cartwright, with Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Prologue. Caribbean Sea. Present day. Pax West lay on his back, drifting in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, staring up at a sky so clean it looked scrubbed. The water around him was Mill Pond Flat, a vast sheet of blue glass stretching to every horizon. No ships, no islands, no hope. Just heat, the kind that pressed on his skin and baked the salt there into a fine crust. The Caribbean ran warm in summer, bathtub warm, around 88 degrees Fahrenheit. His lips were blistered and split, parched. Each breath tasted like metal. He was profoundly dehydrated. His mind was cloudy, and his thoughts moved sluggishly, like molasses dragging across a hot pan. Pax had never been good at floating, not with his build. Too much muscle, too little fat, and bone density like someone had poured concrete into his skeleton. Growing up in the orphanage, other kids could lie back in a pool and bob like corks. Not him. Pax sank. Always. Which was why, as he hovered in that strange limbo between consciousness and the dark drop beneath it, his mind barely functioning, he noticed something utterly bizarre. He was floating. Perfectly. 42 years on this earth, and only now, at the far end of it all, he had finally worked out how to stay afloat on the surface. The thought tugged a crooked smile onto his ruined lips. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd finally mastered a life-saving skill on the day he was almost certainly going to die. Gentle, warm waves lapped at his ears. The world shimmered. He should have felt fear. Instead, Pax felt something approaching amusement. That thought then drifted to the people responsible for his present situation. He imagined their faces when they learned what he had done, and Pax started to laugh. It came out as a ragged wheeze at first, then a hoarse, wild chuckle that shook his whole chest. He ended up laughing out loud like some sort of demented warlock, which, he gathered, was halfway true by now, given his state of dehydration and subsequent delirium. But underneath it all, the thoughts made him happy. He'd become an expert at reading himself, his strengths, and his many weaknesses. He knew he was dying. That much was easily seen. His entire body was shutting down, his brain no longer functioning as it should. But that didn't change the fact that the truth was funny. Pax remembered exactly what he'd done. A parting gift. And they had no idea. God, he would have loved to see their faces when they found out. Not that he ever would. By then he'd be long dead, another nameless speck, swallowed by the Caribbean. But at least he'd get to die knowing he'd dealt them one hell of a surprise. The ultimate silver lining, he decided, and let the warm sea hold him just a little longer. Pax glanced at his watch. The face was spiderwebbed with dried salt, but he could still make out the time. He'd been out there roughly 48 hours, long enough to start wondering about the math of dying. He tried to remember the 3-3-3-3 rule of survivability. It was a primitive rule designed to help rescuers determine the priorities during a disaster, designed to save the most lives. It looked at timelines for each way in which someone might die, and then allowed the rescuers to focus their search in areas that might be most likely to succeed in preventing deaths at each stage. It went like this. The average person could survive 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter and extreme exposure, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. It wasn't perfect science, but it was a useful compass. And right now, 2 of those numbers were already behind him. A good-natured smile formed on his blistered lips. These were based on the average person. Pax knew he was above average in most areas, and wondered how much longer he might survive. This wasn't vanity. At 6'6", he was physically well above average, with a natural physique that would have done him well as a professional track and field athlete. He had the sort of mental determination and tenacious resolve that would have seen him do equally well as an MMA fighter. His mental acuity, intelligence, and mechanical reasoning were off the charts. Regrettably, his emotional intelligence wasn't much better than a toddler, all of which was unlikely to help him overcome his current predicament. Pax had a genuine photographic memory. This led him to recollect those who'd beaten the odds and survived the impossible. There were castaways who'd lasted 40 days without food, some even 60. But water was the cruel limit. Most people curled up and died after 3 or 4 days without water under a sun like this. Then there was Andreas Mievich, the Austrian kid locked in a cell and forgotten in 1979. He survived for 18 days without water, a record no one wanted, and one Pax sure as hell wasn't going to challenge. Something shifted in the deep below him. Pax blinked hard, trying to clear the salt crust from his lashes. For a moment he thought it was another hallucination, like the silver-winged fish or the phantom rope. But this felt different. A shadow moved under him, large, smooth, deliberate. He frowned. The Caribbean sun burned bright overhead, yet the water around him dimmed, as though something massive had drifted between him and the ocean floor. The surface barely rippled. No waves, no disturbance, just a slow, silent passing. Pax's breath caught. It looked like a craft of some kind. Not a boat. Definitely not. This thing moved with too much precision, too much control. The shape reminded him of a sleek black spacecraft from the old movies he watched as a kid, all rounded edges and seamless metal. No fins. No wake. Nothing to mark its passing except the eerie sensation of a smooth hull gliding silently beneath him. And then he saw them. 2 faint oval glimmers of violet drifting just below the surface. Eyes. Or at least, that's what they looked like to his dehydrated brain. Twin beams of soft purple light, pulsing once, then fading as the shape slipped deeper into the dark. He blinked hard, barely able to tell whether he had imagined it. No creature in the world had eyes like that, and no submarine he'd ever heard of shone with purple lights. He tried to lift his head, but his neck protested. All he could do was float there and watch as the shadow glided past, silent as death. A soft current brushed his legs, like the faint push of displaced water. Pax blinked again, and it was gone. Nothing but warm, flat sea, stretching in every direction. Something rippled beneath him. For a moment, he thought he saw shadows drifting under the surface, shapes he knew weren't real. Fish with glinting silver wings. A face staring up at him. A rope dangling down from nowhere. Delirium. Perfect. One more box ticked. He sighed. If his mind was already slipping, then attempting any survival record was laughable. He wasn't even going to make the leaderboard. Pax drew a long, slow breath, letting it fill him, savoring the simple act of still being able to do it. His thoughts drifted to the girl he'd met. The smile, the spark in her eyes, the way she'd looked at him like she'd already sized him up and decided he was trouble. Then his brain walked him through all the ways he'd expected to die. Gunfire, a bad extraction, a hostage op gone sideways, something violent, quick, maybe even heroic if he was lucky. But this? Floating to death in the Caribbean for a pretty girl? It seemed so improbable, so stupid, so painfully on brand. Floating on his back, Pax drifted in and out of consciousness, his body weak from dehydration, his mind clouded with the certainty that he wouldn't survive. Dehydrated, delirious, and miles from land, he couldn't help but laugh. Of all the ways he thought he might one day die, this wasn't it. But as the gentle waves cradled him toward oblivion, his mind pulled him back to where it all began. Like so many stories that change a man's life, it started by a chance meeting with a beautiful woman. He'd thought about the girl he'd met. Would he do it again? The question gnawed at him. He felt a smile tug at the corners of his blistered lips. The memory warmed him even more than the sun. For one night with Jessica Wilson. The answer was yes. He would have gladly done it all over again. Chapter 1. Miami, Florida, 7 days earlier. They say never to have an affair. But as Mike Kincaid stared up at the sapphire horizon, he understood why some men risked everything for love. He had loved two things in his life with equal devotion. One was his wife, Dr. Amy Kincaid. The other was this ship. And right now, standing on the pier with the morning sun throwing diamonds across Biscayne Bay, he felt like he loved one a little more than the other. The sapphire horizon was everything he had ever wanted. Nearly 1,175 feet long, with a beam of 158 feet and a gross tonnage pushing 235,000 tons, she was one of the largest cruise ships afloat, a floating metropolis, a cathedral of engineering, a dream with engines. Her white hull towered above him like a gleaming cliff face, 20 decks of glass, chrome, and shimmering blue accents. 2 massive water slides spiraled from the top deck like neon serpents. Cantilevered viewing platforms jutted boldly over open water, giving passengers a fearless view straight down into the sea. Restaurants lined the upper decks, everything from 5-star steakhouses to sushi bars and an open-air Caribbean grill. There was even a small ice skating rink and the world's first indoor ski run on board a cruise ship, the cold air curling out like breath whenever its heavy doors opened. A theater large enough to host Cirque du Soleil and Broadway shows wrapped around the forward section, and tucked discreetly into her lower decks sat a compact tourist submarine that ferried passengers down to coral gardens far beneath the surface. Opulent, grand, ridiculous, perfect. Mike could not help the swell of pride that bloomed in his chest. Nearly 30 years as a naval engineer, clawing his way up through dockyards, engine rooms, long-haul repair ships, and now this. chief engineer of one of the greatest vessels ever built. It had meant relocating to Miami and upsetting his wife, who had been forced to shift her plastic surgery practice from New York when he had taken the job. That argument hadn't even occurred to him. Maybe they would spend more time apart. Maybe he would fly back to New York on his off days. And honestly, given how lucrative her field was, he couldn't see why Miami was beneath her. What, Miami women didn't need cosmetic work? He exhaled slowly. They would sort it out, he had thought. Eventually. Still, he wished they hadn't fought this morning. She had left early, suitcase in hand, heading back to New York for a full day of operations. She had stormed out after a brief yelling match, slamming the door without a goodbye. Mike had sent more than a dozen apologetic texts since, all unanswered. He told himself she just needed time. He lifted his suitcase up onto the security conveyor belt so it could be x-rayed, quickly making his way through the ship's security checkpoint. The familiar scent of metal, varnished wood, and recycled sea air washed over him. He checked into his cabin, dropped his luggage on the bunk without ceremony, and went straight for the engineering quarters. Crew members greeted him as he passed. Congratulations, a handshake here, a clap on the back there. He nodded politely, thanking them all, but his mind was already below deck, running through power grid allocations and propulsion cycle checks. When he reached his office, he paused. The nameplate gleamed on the door, freshly minted and impossible to ignore. Mike Kincaid, Chief Engineer. He traced the letters with a slow, appreciative look, then opened the door and stepped inside. His office smelled of new paint, clean steel, and promise. He glanced at his reflection in the small mirror mounted on the inside of his office cabinet door. He leaned forward, studying himself the way a mechanic studies an engine, checking for cracks in the casing. 54 years old, and somehow he still had every strand of his thick brown hair. He couldn't accept any responsibility for that. He ate like crap, worked terrible hours, and almost never achieved the recommended 7 or 8 hours sleep experts suggest, and there was plenty of stress in his life. At a guess, he was genetically blessed. Not a hint of gray, not even at the temples. His pale blue eyes looked back at him, clear and sharp, full of the kindness people always said made him easy to talk to. His mouth was full, his teeth straight and clean, still as white as they had been on his wedding day. Years of physical work in engine rooms, docks, and shipyards had kept him trim and strong. He had never once needed a gym membership to maintain his shape. He glanced at his uniform. It felt good. Right. The crisp white jacket sat perfectly against his shoulders, the tie neatly cinched, the fabric outlining his frame with the quiet authority of someone who had earned every thread of it. On each shoulder sat 4 gleaming gold stripes, and the small propeller insignia that marked him as the highest-ranked engineer aboard the Sapphire Horizon. The purple threads between the stripes, denoting the engineering division, added a touch of color that made the gold gleam even brighter. Guests often mistook him for the captain when he walked the passageways. He never corrected them unless he had to. He liked the respect, the recognition, the way people straightened instinctively when he approached. Straightening his tie now, he felt that familiar swell of pride. This was the pinnacle of his career, everything he had spent 3 decades building toward. He liked what he saw in the mirror. Then, slowly, the corner of his mouth tightened. He wished Amy had been happy for him. He wished he had paid more attention to her fears instead of brushing them aside as something they would work out later. And he wished to hell that on this day of all days, they had not fought before she left. He lowered his hand from his tie, staring at his reflection as if it might offer an answer. It didn't. Mike exhaled, long and slow, letting the empty silence of the office close around him. He crossed to the desk and lowered himself into the chair. There was plenty of work to do, more than enough to fill the silence Amy had left behind. He had barely opened the first binder before his office phone rang. Mike straightened, cleared his throat, and reached for the receiver. "Hello?" A voice spoke without preamble. "If you ever want to see your wife again, do exactly what we say." Chapter 2. Pax West stepped aboard the Sapphire Horizon. His piercing green eyes narrowed, taking in the ship with the same casual confidence he brought into war zones, casinos, and every bad idea he had ever followed through on. Despite being on his very first real vacation, he found himself unintentionally reconnoitering the ship, as he would for a deadly mission, identifying best access and egress points, weaknesses in the ship's security, and if something went wrong, what his immediate options would be. Strangely, this type of thinking calmed him. Mentally, he would have felt more at ease in a war zone. There was something unnatural and disconcerting about a vacation. After winning a raffle ticket supporting veterans, Pax had found himself uneasy about the concept of leisure time. Then he changed his perspective, deciding to look at it as he would any other mission. And with that, he was able to concentrate better. He stepped on board. At the security checkpoint, he placed his single duffel bag on the conveyor belt for the X-ray machine. It slumped there like it had given up on life. The security officer raised an eyebrow. "Where's the rest of your luggage?" Pax shrugged. "That's it." The security officer frowned. "For an 8-day cruise?" Another shrug. "I like to pack light." "Well, I'll say." They sent the duffel bag through the scanner. Pax stepped through the body X-ray archway. It chirped green, and he was waved forward. The officer handed him his duffel bag with a polite smile. "Enjoy your stay, sir." Pax gave a polite nod, smiled at the man, and slung the bag over his shoulder. "Thank you." He glanced at the internal map of the ship on the wall beside the elevators at the main atrium and heart of the grand cruise ship. Pax mentally mapped out the location of his stateroom. It was on the bottom deck, interior room, meaning it faced inward, without any balcony or window overlooking the sea, and all the way forward, meaning it would most likely be the most unstable part of the ship. Pax smiled. It was a free ticket to a cruise ship, but clearly the cheapest ticket, too. All the same, it suited Pax well. He could sleep anywhere, but if given a choice, an absolutely dark room, farthest away from the party scene on board the ship, seemed to be just about the best option he would pick, if given the chance. He committed the location to memory, and then glanced at the other 5 routes to access and escape from his stateroom, if need be. The reconnaissance process came naturally to him, and he found himself feeling better about taking a vacation as he cheerfully made his way to his cabin. The bowels of the giant ship swallowed him whole. The interior decks felt like an underground city, a maze of wide corridors lined with polished floors and soft LED lighting. He found his stateroom. He tapped his keycard against the cabin door. The lock clicked, and he pushed it open, stepping into the small, neatly arranged interior stateroom. The cabin was basic, but comfortable, the kind of space designed to keep passengers satisfied without encouraging them to stay indoors for any length of time. A king bed took up most of the floor space, the white duvet tucked military tight. A compact ensuite sat off to the left, all polished chrome and bright lighting. A television was mounted on the wall opposite the bed, and beside it hung a full-length mirror that made the room feel slightly larger than it really was. On the far wall, a round porthole seemed to look out onto the open sea. Waves rolled gently past. sunlight glinting off the water. Pax stepped closer. It was a digital display, a looping live feed from outside the ship, a faux porthole. Clever trick, he had to admit. For a moment, he almost forgot he was sealed in the middle of the ship, with no real window. He dropped his single duffel bag on the bed and looked around. It wasn't much, but it had everything he needed, and in reality, far more than he usually ever had. Well, this is home for the next 8 days. It will do nicely. Then he stepped back into the passageway and began weaving his way through the ship toward the top deck. Crew members moved with efficient speed, rolling carts stocked with towels, cases of bottled water, robotics equipment for shows, and enough buffet food to feed a small military unit. Families dragged suitcases, kids darted under arms and through crowds, and retirees walked slowly, soaking in every detail as though they had stepped into a floating resort paradise. Everyone seemed to have a purpose. Everyone seemed to know where they were going. Pax had no idea. He followed signs, climbed flights of stairs, wandered through lounges, past a casino being prepped for the evening rush, and along the promenade deck, where musicians tuned instruments. Eventually, sunlight spilled across his path, and he reached the top deck. When he emerged into the sunlight, the scene felt almost unreal. Music pulsed from tall speakers set around the pool. A live band played upbeat island rhythms while crew members handed out cocktails with umbrellas in them. Kids splashed in the pool, laughing loud enough to be heard over the music. Couples danced barefoot on the heated deck. A group of retirees played trivia near the rail. The entire top deck felt alive, a moving patchwork of smiles, sunburns, and vacation energy. Pax stood off to the side, watching the crowd. Everyone wore the same expression, relaxed, happy, free. He felt none of it. All he felt was lost. The smell of sunscreen, chlorine, and fresh ocean air hit him all at once. Ahead stood a glowing white ice cream station advertising unlimited ice cream, 24 hours a day. A man behind the machine wore a crisp uniform and a practiced smile. When he spotted Pax, he gave a friendly nod and a smile. "Would you like an ice cream?" Pax paused. Then he smiled, unable to help himself. "Sure, I'd love one." The man handed him a perfectly swirled cone. Pax accepted it with genuine gratitude and took a bite. Cold, sweet, perfect. When in Rome and all that. A moment later, his cell phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced down. Weather alert. Potential tropical system forming off the Caribbean coast. Early models suggest rapid intensification. Monitor updates. Pax stared at the notification for a few seconds, then looked out across the endless blue ocean. The sky was still clear, still warm, still peacefully calm. Hard to imagine a monster swirling out there beyond the curve of the earth. He took another bite of his ice cream, the cold hitting the back of his throat, and put his cell phone away. Let the crew of the Sapphire Horizon worry about the weather. He was on the first real vacation he'd ever had, and he didn't have a care in the world. Chapter 3. Security Hub, Sapphire Horizon. Reed Bledsoe stood inside the Sapphire Horizon's security hub. It was the surveillance nerve center of the entire ship. A horseshoe of monitors wrapped around the dimly lit room, each screen showing a different angle from the ship's surveillance grid. Nearly 20 camera feeds rotated in slow intervals. Boarding lines, baggage conveyors, the main atrium, the casino, engineering corridors, pool decks, service stairwells. even the crew-only access-ways. 4 security officers monitored the displays, their eyes flicking from one screen to another in a steady rhythm. Eyes were kept on those monitors 24 hours a day. Anything that happened on board the ship would be witnessed by human eyes. The faint hum of electronics filled the room like background static. Reed stood behind them, coffee in hand, body tilted slightly forward, gaze locked on the screens out of instinct more than effort. He was in his late 50s, and though some of his once explosive muscle had softened into a heavier frame, there was nothing slow about him. His wrists were still thick, his hands still felt like vises, and his reflexes were faster than most men half his age. His shaved head shined under the gentle glow of the monitors. His piercing brown eyes never stopped moving. A long, pale scar cut across his jaw, the quiet reminder of a long-ago night in Baghdad, where he'd been stationed as an MP with the 716th Military Police Battalion, 18th MP Brigade, during Operation Iraqi Freedom. A Special Forces soldier had taken something he shouldn't have during R&R, spiraling into a bad trip. Reed had disarmed him instead of putting a bullet in him, and the man had very nearly opened Reed's throat with a knife for the effort. Turned out the guy was a decorated hero drowning in PTSD, fighting demons Reed couldn't even name. The two became unlikely friends. Every Christmas he still received a card from the man's wife. She never forgot the night Reed saved her husband's life, even though he almost lost his own. He sipped his coffee, eyes flicking across the new wave of passengers stepping onto the ship. His gaze snagged on a tall figure. Reed narrowed his eyes. "Zoom in on that big guy near checkpoint 3. One of the officers tapped a keyboard, and the image swelled on the main screen. The man stood well above 6 feet, maybe 6'5", hell, maybe 6'6", easily 250 pounds, and built like his muscles had been hand-chiseled and then wrapped in steel cable. He carried a single duffel bag, the kind that looked small until you noticed the way his forearms bulged as he adjusted the strap. "What's his story?" Reed asked. The security officer glanced up. "Do you think we should be concerned?" "Someone that size I'd rather not have to deal with if he gets drunk or violent. So yeah, he might be a threat. What have we got on him?" The officer pulled up the man's boarding profile, passport details, background scan, automated criminal check. "Nothing. He's clean. Says he's a war vet. Won some kind of raffle. Ticket for the cruise was part of the prize." Reed exhaled slowly, tension easing from his shoulders. "Okay, no worries. Make sure we offer him any support he needs." "Yes, sir." Everyone in the room knew Reed's history, knew his respect for vets ran deeper than rules or protocol. On Reed's ship, veterans got help before they ever became a problem. He turned to face the room, lifting his voice slightly. "I need everyone looking particularly alive on this cruise." "Yes, sir," the team replied in unison. One of the younger officers cleared his throat. "Sir, is there something you're especially worried about?" Reed nodded once, eyes drifting back to the screens. "Yeah, I got a tip from the FBI. They're picking up increased background chatter about a big shipment moving through the Caribbean Sea this week. Probably has nothing to do with us, but all the same, we are not dropping the ball." The room grew even quieter. Reed set his coffee down, leaned forward, and kept watching the screens. If trouble was out there, he intended to spot it long before it found them. Chapter 4. Bridge, Sapphire Horizon. Captain Jonathan Harwood stepped onto the bridge, the familiar hum of instruments greeting him like an old friend. He carried himself with the quiet authority of a man who had spent half a lifetime at sea. Before joining the commercial world, Harwood had served as a decorated officer in the Royal Navy, eventually earning command of a destroyer. His record included anti-piracy operations in the Indian Ocean, escort duties in the Persian Gulf, and a commendation for exceptional leadership during a humanitarian rescue mission in the Mediterranean. Years ago, when he finally traded naval steel for the polished luxury of cruise liners, he had discovered he enjoyed watching people relax as much as he once enjoyed watching sailors work. Harwood was in his early 60s, tall and broad-shouldered, with a presence that filled a room without raising his voice. His beard was a thick, immaculately trimmed white Van Dyke, contrasting with the deep bronze of his sun-aged skin. His eyes were a bright, intelligent blue that missed nothing on his ship. The Sapphire Horizon's bridge stretched wide before him, a sweep of polished control consoles, radar displays, navigational charts, and digital tracking screens. The panoramic windows curved around the front like the visor of a helmet, giving an unbroken view of the sea ahead. A team of officers monitored depth readings, ship traffic, weather overlays, internal communications, and propulsion data. Voices remained low, professional, steady. The ship motored south at a comfortable cruising speed, carving through the faint swells as they passed below the Bahamas. The water stretched out in breathtaking shades of turquoise, sapphire, and teal, so clear Harwood could almost imagine seeing straight to the sand below. Sunlight flashed off the waves like shards of glass. All was well in his life. He felt it in the quiet confidence of the crew, in the steady heartbeat of the engines, and in the gentle rhythm of the sea. Footsteps approached. Emily Shaw, the ship's dedicated weather officer, stepped forward holding a printed report. She was sharp, precise, and calm under pressure, which made her invaluable in the unpredictable Caribbean.
"Captain, this just came in."
Harwood took the report and scanned it. A message from the cruise line's global meteorologist, Ian Ratcliffe. He frowned.
"Ratcliffe is concerned there might be a large tropical hurricane forming. It is a long way south of our route, but if it changes course suddenly, we will want to know about it immediately."
Emily nodded.
"I just got off the phone with Ratcliffe. He thinks our current itinerary should be fine, but if we get unlucky and this thing shifts direction, we had better be ready to move."
Harwood narrowed his eyes as he looked out across the calm blue horizon.
"Does Ratcliffe want us to update our movements now? Perhaps the Sapphire Horizon should adjust course proactively." "Not yet,"
Emily said.
"He recommends we hold our position and continue as planned, but he wants us to keep track of how this weather system evolves and be prepared to divert away from it if need be."
Harwood nodded once.
"Very good. Please keep me informed of any changes, even subtle ones."
She nodded.
"Yes, Captain."
Emily moved back toward her station, and Harwood remained at the window, watching the perfect blue sea stretch endlessly before them. Perfect seas had a way of hiding monsters. Chapter 5. Engine Room, Sapphire Horizon. Mike Kincaid's heart jolted. What should have been one of the happiest days of his life was quickly turning into a genuine nightmare. Time slowed down, and the gears in his sharp engineer's brain went into overdrive. He tried to analyze the voice, as he might a unique mechanical sound. The engineer in him aimed to gather any data that could be used to beat his opponent or solve his problem. He studied the voice, trying to see if he recognized anything about it. Had he met the person on the other end of the line before? Did he know them well, or had ever talked with them previously? His mind simply came up with blanks. If it was a complete stranger, what information could he gather simply in those initial words? Was there anything he might tell a detective that could make it easier to locate them? There wasn't much. The voice was clearly that of a man. It was deeper than a woman, but not uniquely so, and definitely not baritone like James Earl Jones or Sean Connery. Mike's eyes darted toward a couple maintenance workers walking through the engine room. He reached over and closed the door, sealing the office in silence. He asked, "Who is this?" "Trust me," the stranger said. "The less you know about me, the better off you and your wife will be." "Okay," Mike said, hitting the speaker button on the phone. He then opened his iPhone and hit the record button. Whatever information he was going to get from this dangerous phone call, he could extract better if he had a recording of it. He said, "All right, I'm listening. What do you want?" "I want your wife, Dr. Amy Kincaid's life, to exceed the time it takes you to cruise into the Caribbean Sea and return home." Mike pressed his lips together. "So let her go." "Believe me, I like to do nothing more. But my arms are tied. I need something from you first." "How do I even know you have my wife?" Mike asked. The stranger laughed. "Really? Have you never seen one of those movies where someone gets kidnapped? You think I don't know you'll message her as soon as we get off the phone? Obviously I have her. And if I didn't, why would I be calling you right now? Can I have some sort of proof?" "Hell, you seriously want me to cut off one of her fingers, or perhaps her eyes, so that you can confirm that I have her?" "No," Mike almost shouted, but it came out as a pleading whisper. "Please, I just want her to be okay. And she will be, if you do exactly what we ask." Mike's mouth was dry, his tongue catching on the roof of his mouth. He swallowed hard. "Okay. What do you need me to do?" "Somewhere during this cruise, I'm going to need you to bring the Sapphire Horizon to a standstill." "What?" Mike asked, trying to make sense of everything. "You want me to stop the boat?" "That's all. We have some goods that need delivering, and the Sapphire Horizon's the ship to do it." "What do you need shipped?" Mike asked, and then instantly regretted his temerity. "The sort you don't send by Amazon." The stranger paused. "And the kind that gets your wife killed when it fails to turn up on time." "I understand. I'm sorry. I'm new to this sort of thing." Mike paused. "Where do you want me to stop the Sapphire Horizon?" "I can't tell you that yet. I can say it will be somewhere during your 8-day cruise." "How will I know when to do it?" "I'll ring this number and let you know when it's time." "What if I don't pick up?" Mike asked. "Seriously?" the stranger asked. "Some psychopath keen on delivering a product across international waters has your wife hostage, and you're thinking about possibly forgetting to answer your phone?" No. I mean, what happens if I miss your call?" "Don't miss my call." "What if I'm out of the office?" "Who the hell cares if you're out of the office?" The stranger's voice seemed filled with dismay. "You're the chief engineer, responsible for a cruise ship with nearly 5,000 lives aboard. Are you telling me that in this day and age, your office phone doesn't automatically divert to your onboard cell phone whenever you're not in the office?" "You're right.
I'll answer it. Good. Any other questions?
Mike could hear his heart hammering in the back of his ears. He frowned. Why me?
Because you're the only one who can possibly do this.
What are you talking about? Mike asked.
We need the Sapphire Horizon to stop at a very specific point. That's how we move our product. It's the ocean, and there's a little bit of give in it. Call it 5 or even 10 miles here or there. But we need to be certain the ship's going to stop there.
So blackmail the navigator, or better still, the captain. Even as he said it, he thought about the captain's lovely wife, Stella, and pictured her tied up by these sorts of ruffians. The thought made him feel terribly guilty at the betrayal. Guilt or no guilt, he couldn't help but think it was better off Stella than his wife.
No. It has to be you. The captain can't simply stop the ship where he wants, not without an explanation. The cruise ship company will contact him immediately and want to know why he stopped the ship, possibly costing the cruise line millions of dollars. And the navigator's no good. He helps plan the route. He can't tell the captain where to go or where to stop.
The blackmailer tisked Mike's naivety.
But the engineer, now if he wanted to stop the cruise ship somewhere, all he would have to do was break something. Nobody would question it. They would simply ask him how long until he could fix it. And then you would need to make sure it stayed broken for as long as we tell you to.
Realization suddenly dawned on Mike. These people were crazy. But they were right. If they wanted the Sapphire Horizon to stop somewhere unexpectedly, he was the most capable one to do it. All right, I'm in. Just don't hurt my wife.
Do exactly as we say, and don't tell anyone about our conversation. Not the police, not your best friend, not your mistress, and for God's sake, not the captain. And this will all turn out all right for Amy in the end.
Should I be worried about what's coming aboard? Mike asked.
You think we're shipping weapons or explosives?
The stranger asked, his voice incredulous. Are you?
Look, anxiety is a labyrinth with no exit. You can wander forever, but every turn leads you deeper into the dark.
Mike frowned. What the hell does that even mean?
Forget about what we're shipping. Just make sure you stop the boat when we ask, and your wife gets to live. End of story.
Mike glanced at the phone receiver in his hand. The man had hung up. Mike stopped the recording on his iPhone. There was something about the man's voice that seemed familiar, not like he'd met him before, but something about the accent or the tone that reminded him of a different period in his life. It stirred an emotion that he simply couldn't place among the rest of the mixing pot of turbulent feelings running wild right now. He put the thought out of his mind, committing to replay the entire conversation he'd recorded on his cell phone as soon as he got the chance. Could it at all be possible they hadn't yet taken his wife? Perhaps Amy leaving for New York in the early hours of the morning had meant they missed their chance, but decided to try and blackmail him anyway, on the fear that they had succeeded in taking her. It was a long shot, but he had to check. Mike immediately clicked on Amy's number. The phone went straight to voicemail. He cursed and sent a short text. Call me as soon as you get this. If you're out, stay somewhere with lots of people and call 911. I'm so sorry. I'll do whatever I have to do to keep you safe. Love, Mike. Mike then searched for the number of his wife's day surgery unit, where she operated. He pressed the call number. Rebecca Jones, one of the surgical scrub nurses, answered the phone.
Day surgery.
Mike knew her well. She had worked with Amy for nearly 15 years now. He said, "Rebecca, is Amy in the theater?"
Oh, hey, Mike. Dr. Kincaid didn't come in for her list today.
She didn't, Mike confirmed, his heart hammering in his chest.
No.
Rebecca's voice took a concerned tone. In 15 years, his wife had only once failed to show for work. Back then, she had to cancel an operation because some idiot in a gas tanker on the George Washington Bridge had crashed. Amy had been stuck in traffic for more than 3 hours, until Hazmat confirmed it wasn't going to explode.
Is everything all right, Mike?
He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted a friendly ear to understand what he was going through, an intelligent sounding board to plan what he should do next. But then he remembered the stranger's warning, not to tell anyone. Mike said, "Yes, everything's fine. I forgot, Amy had jury duty this week. She must have forgotten to cancel her surgical list."
Oh, that's a relief. I thought she might have been in an accident. I've never known Dr. Kincaid to cancel on a patient's before.
No, I think this move to Miami, along with jury duty, just caught her off guard. I'm very sorry. Please apologize to her patients for her.
I will, Mike.
He then picked up his iPhone and tried to remember how to use its feature to search and locate Amy's iPhone. Mike remembered arguing against the idea when Amy had first suggested it, feeling as though it was an invasion of his privacy. But then she'd insisted, telling him that it would be a good way to know each other's locations and that they were safe. At the time, he'd tried pointing out if she wanted to know where he was, she could simply call him. But she argued that wouldn't help if he'd been injured or kidnapped. Mike had laughed, telling her that in his 50s he's well beyond that time of life where anyone should want to abduct him. She didn't find it funny. Like many things in his marriage, he simply didn't feel strongly enough to object and allowed his wife to install the app, or whatever the thing was, agreeing to share location settings. Mike scrolled through his settings, thumb moving with the familiar muscle memory of someone who checked technical readouts more often than social media. He selected his wife's contact card. A moment later, he tapped the Find My icon, bringing up the location sharing menu that Amy had insisted they keep activated. Her name appeared on the screen with a small spinning wheel beside it. Retrieving location. A map opened. A blue dot blinked into place. Edgewater, Miami. Mike frowned. That was their apartment. Could she have forgotten her phone when she left before dawn? It seemed unlikely. She was meticulous, borderline compulsive about her schedule. He could not remember a day she had walked out the door without triple-checking her phone, surgical case list, and patient messages. Or had she come home after he left for the port? His stomach tightened. Or, as the stranger said, they had taken her. Could it be possible they had simply taken her back to their apartment? If so, should he call the police? He tapped her number and waited for the call to connect. It rang twice, then stopped abruptly as he canceled it. Instead, he opened the keypad and dialed their landline. The home phone had been the subject of one of their longer arguments. Mike had called it obsolete, an unnecessary bill in a world of smartphones and satellite networks. She had countered that sometimes cellular towers went down, and as a surgeon she could not risk missing a call for a consult or an emergency procedure. If he, as chief engineer, could not afford to miss an urgent call, why should she? He had relented. She always won the logical arguments. The line rang, and rang, and rang. Eventually, the automated voice answered with their recorded greeting. He left a simple message. "Call me as soon as you get this." Mike lowered the phone, unease settling low in his chest. No answer. No movement on the map. A moment later, his office phone rang. Mike picked it up, expecting it to be the stranger who had called. Perhaps he was going to tell him to stop trying to call his wife, or to forget about the apartment. He was ready to blow his steam at this asshole, and let him know that if anything happened to his wife, he would spend the rest of his life trying to hurt him personally. Before Mike got a word out, he recognized the voice of Jonathan Harwood, captain of the Sapphire Horizon, and his new boss. The man spoke with a clear, authoritative, and kindly voice. "Well, Mike, how are you enjoying your first day in the top job?" "I'm liking it very much, sir," Mike lied. "Good man. Now, I just want to let you know, there's a hurricane building up off the coast of Barbados. At this stage, it's heading due south. But if it changes direction, as we know they sometimes do, we're going to need every power in those engines of yours to make sure we can get the Sapphire Horizon out of trouble." Chapter 6. First Night at Sea, South of the Bahamas. Pax felt utterly lost and bored. It had been less than 24 hours, but already he decided cruising wasn't for him. The entire thing seemed utterly foreign to his nature. He sat alone in the Driftwood Lounge, a quiet corner bar tucked along the starboard side of Deck 11. The place looked like it had been designed for people who wanted to disappear for an hour or two. Soft amber lights glowed from sconces shaped like lanterns, and the bar top was a slab of polished driftwood, sealed so smooth it reflected the bottles behind it. The stools were cushioned in deep navy leather that creaked when you sat down. At this hour the lounge was empty, except for Pax and the bartender, a tired-looking guy in his mid-30s who seemed more focused on washing glasses and restocking boxes than actually serving drinks. Every time Pax lifted his empty glass, the man noticed and refilled it almost absent-mindedly, as though Pax were simply part of the bar's background noise. The lounge overlooked the ship's main pool through a wide set of glass panels. The pool itself was covered by a faux deck tonight, a temporary platform laid over the water to transform the area into a dance floor. Bright lights swept the space in rhythmic patterns while music pulsed from hidden speakers. Pax watched the crowd below with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Young, beautiful women spun and swayed on the dance floor, their dresses flashing in the lights, hair glossy and bouncing as they laughed with their friends. Where young, attractive men seemed to attempt to follow, their confidence fueled by the seemingly infinite flow of cocktails in their hands. Older couples joined them with a kind of relaxed abandon, moving without self-consciousness, smiling at each other as if they had discovered some secret to happiness he had never quite learned. Pax studied them. Everyone looked happy. Happy. It seemed so confusing to him. Not that he had any particular aversion to happiness, but watching them he couldn't understand how or why they looked so happy. Pax knew he'd always had difficulties with social things that most people tended to find came incredibly natural to them. All the same, he watched them with curiosity, trying to make sense of it. How did people do that? How did they turn off the world long enough to enjoy a vacation? How could they find joy in something that seemed to serve no purpose, beyond simply being pleasant? He felt like a man staring through a glass at a world he'd never understood. As he sat there, lost in the puzzle of it, the faint scent of perfume drifted in from the right, something floral, warm. He turned. A woman approached from the walkway. She was tall, maybe 6'1", with legs that made the red dress she wore look like it had been designed specifically for her. Her skin was tan, smooth, sun-kissed. Her heritage was unmistakably Latina, with striking dark hair that fell in soft waves around her shoulders, and piercing brown eyes that seemed to fix on him with unsettling ease. The red dress hugged her slim, impossibly attractive figure. Her stride was confident, effortless, the kind of walk that suggested she was used to being noticed and never apologized for it. She stopped in front of him, tilted her head slightly, and studied him. Her lips parted, revealing the sort of white, evenly spaced teeth of a model. Pax had long since accepted he didn't know much about how normal people's brains work, and emotions were complex, irrational symptoms that couldn't be trusted. But one thing he knew at a glance: this woman was the sort whose smile would have inspired the works of Shakespeare. Pax met her gaze. "Hello?"
"I'm sorry," she said, her voice low and warm. "Is it just me, or do you look completely lost?"
Chapter 7. Pax met her gaze. He smiled as he looked at her. She was really strikingly beautiful. He had an almost dumb grin on his parted lips. "Excuse me?"
"You looked lost."
She smiled at him and took a seat at the bar stool next to him. She crossed her good-looking, athletic legs, exuding the relaxed persona of someone whose very soul had already settled into a state of vacation comfort. It was in direct and jarring contrast to Pax's discomfort on board the cruise ship.
"So, what are you lost about?"
Pax liked her already, and it had nothing to do with the fact she was probably the best-looking woman to take an interest in him in a very long time. Well, maybe a little to do with it. But there was something endearingly pleasant about her vivacious and mischievous curiosity that he liked. His default setting was normally to lie, but for reasons he couldn't even explain to himself, Pax said, "I'm looking at all these people. They're on vacation, and they just seem, I don't know, relaxed." She studied him with a bemused smile on her parted lips, her tongue positioned on her teeth, as if waiting to find a reason to tease him playfully.
"As opposed to?"
"Lost," Pax replied immediately, and with what he considered a little too much enthusiasm.
"And you can't understand why?"
"Yeah," Pax admitted.
"How do they do that? Feel relaxed? On a vacation in the Caribbean?"
"I know. Incredible." Pax tilted his head. "I'm so fascinated by their ability." She pressed her lips together, as if trying to make a decision about where to go next. She opened her mouth to speak, then clamped it down shut again, having appeared to think better of it, and finally said,
"Oh. Well, that explains that."
Pax grinned. "It's nice to see you get it." The woman paused, tried to suppress her laugh, and then threw back her head and laughed out loud. It lasted at least 30 seconds before she covered her open mouth with her hand and apologized.
"I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to laugh."
"It may surprise you, but in some ways, I tend to think in ways that most don't. As a kid, I was termed a little different, and also a homicidal psychopath who's missing that small, yet some might call vital, part of the brain that regulates emotions, morals, and ethics, leaving 4-year-old Paxton with a subsequent inability to restrain his overwhelming urge to kill people." Pax felt proud of himself that despite his earlier lapse, he'd managed to keep this second thought locked up tight in his head.
"You don't say,"
the woman replied, in a way that suggested he was hinting at a revelation that sometimes, on a clear day, the sky might appear blue. The eyes were kindly, and her face softened. She reached for his hand and said,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
It's okay, really, Pax said honestly, enjoying her company. She was beautiful when she'd turned up, but when she smiled and laughed, she was quite stunning. I could watch you laugh all day. She looked at him candidly, her eyes scrutinizing him.
Well, there's a compliment I don't get every day from a stranger at a bar.
Well, I'm sure everyone else is thinking it. They might just have the better sense not to voice their opinions. I'm sorry if I've offended you.
No, it's okay. I'm flattered that you like my laugh.
Pax was about to tell her his name. Instead, her eyes flicked toward his cocktail.
What are you drinking? It looks good.
Pax shrugged. I don't know.
Seriously?
Yeah. Pax gestured toward the bartender. Whatever he keeps bringing me. She tilted her head, a wry grin on her lips.
You didn't ask.
No, Pax replied, as though its name seemed irrelevant to him. I asked for a drink. I liked what I got, and he's been bringing me them ever since. I try not to second-guess these things. I mean, it's just a drink at a bar, right? The woman looked at the bartender and asked,
What's he having?
The bartender didn't miss a beat.
It's called a Ghost Fire Old-Fashioned.
Pax found himself inordinately impressed with the name. You don't say, he thought, though he kept the reaction to a subtle lift of his brows.
You don't say,
the woman echoed aloud, glancing at him. Good name, Pax said, tilting his glass at the bartender.
You like it?
She asked. I do.
All right, I'll have one of those too, please.
The bartender returned a couple of minutes later, carrying a low, heavy-bottomed glass. He set it on the bar between Pax and the woman. Inside, the Ghost Fire Old-Fashioned looked like something forged rather than mixed. From Pax's vantage, the drink looked like a small act of alchemy. A single charcoal gray ice sphere sat in the center, releasing slow, smoky ribbons through the amber whiskey. When the overhead lights caught it, faint silver swirls glimmered beneath the surface like heat mirages rising from desert asphalt. A thin strip of citrus peel, scorched at the edge, rested against the rim, giving off a faint aroma of burnt orange and oak. The woman studied it, eyebrows lifting in quiet approval. She slid the glass toward herself, tapped it lightly against Pax's. A soft clink echoed between them. Pax lifted his own drink in acknowledgement. She took a sip, her lips forming a small, surprised smile at the heat blooming beneath the cool smoke.
It's good,
the woman smiled.
So, tell me, what have you seen and done so far on the cruise? And exactly what makes you feel so lost?
Pax considered that for a beat. Well, let me see. I've walked all the way around this cruise ship. There's nothing wrong with it. But I just don't see what makes everyone happy about it. She met his gaze with a mischievous glint in her dark eyes, an impish smile curving her parted lips.
You want to know the secret about what it's really about?
Pax spread his hands. Sure. She took another sip of her Ghost Fire Old-Fashioned, letting the smoke and heat roll across her tongue before swallowing.
Sometimes, she said, people just like to forget about their normal lives and go have fun.
Pax took a sip of his drink and put it back down. Sounds like a grown-up version of make-believe.
In many ways, that's exactly all it is.
The woman smiled.
Sometimes the girl just wants to have fun.
Pax felt a grin pull at his mouth. The beautiful stranger was flirting with him. She took another drink and finished her Ghost Fire Old-Fashioned. Pax smiled. He had no idea where this was going, but he couldn't help but enjoy her company. "And what about you?" he asked.
"What about me?"
she asked, her eyes lingering on his defiantly. "What sort of make-believe would you like to do while you're on board the Sapphire Horizon?"
"If it were up to me?"
she asked. "Yeah, it's your cruise." Pax smiled. "What do you feel like doing?"
"Anything?"
she asked, her brown eyes still holding his gaze. Pax smiled. "Anything you like." She then leaned in and kissed Pax on the lips. Chapter 8. For a moment, Pax froze. He was slow to respond, tentative, confused, startled more by the suddenness than the act itself. His heart hammered in his chest, loud enough he almost expected she could hear it. And yet beneath the confusion, a sharp surge of wanting rose within him, raw, unexpected, undeniable. When her lips parted softly against his, something inside of him broke free of restraint. He kissed her back, slow at first, then deeper, drawn forward by a rush of desire he didn't fully understand, but had no intention of resisting. They stayed like that for 20 or 30 slow, unhurried seconds. Nothing frantic, nothing forced. Just a quiet, hungry connection in the dim glow of the bar. Out of the corner of his eye, Pax caught the bartender quietly turning away, deciding he'd seen more than enough. When she finally pulled back, a breath between them, Pax exhaled and said, "That was nice. I see the appeal of a cruise ship." She had a mischievous grin.
"You haven't seen anything yet."
"Really?"
"Sure," she replied. "I can teach you how to have a good time on a cruise ship."
"You don't even know me."
"No, but I'm keen to get to know you. And I'll bet soon enough you'll be keen to know me, too."
Pax looked at her. She was really attractive. She had a sort of vivacious personality that made him think he could easily spend the next 8 days getting to know her. "Maybe I'm here with someone else," he said, teasing her.
"I doubt it."
"Why do you say that?" he asked, curiously.
"Just a hunch."
She looked at his hand, took in the lack of a wedding ring, and no paler band indicating a recent divorce.
"Besides, you only paused for a moment before you kissed me back."
Pax smiled and realized this was what simply enjoying oneself was. She said,
"So what do you say? Do you want to get to know me?"
Pax suppressed a bemused grin. "Sure. Tell me about yourself."
"What do you want to know?"
she asked, her voice sexy, almost lascivious. "Let's start with your name."
"No,"
she said, her voice firm. Pax tilted his head curiously. "You don't want to tell me your name?"
"Not tonight."
She pressed her lips together, thinking. Her face was animated, mischievous, and teasing all in one. Pax realized she wasn't just pretty, she was beautiful, really quite compelling. She held his gaze and smiled.
"That's not how this game is played."
"Who said I was interested in playing a game?" She didn't answer him. Instead, she said,
"Come for a walk with me."
Pax knew he had the sort of unique physical appearance that seemed to attract women. That wasn't vanity, simply facts. He was big, strong, and had the sort of face that girls seemed to like. Even so, this was going a bit far. He said, "Ma'am, I think you have mistaken me for somebody else." "No, I don't think so." She eyed him from top to bottom, in that way people once called the elevator glance. She seemed impressed by what she saw. "Look, I'm on vacation. If we're being honest, I'm an uptight lawyer, and I just love to have a night off and do something crazy. And it would be fun to do it with someone good-looking. Someone like you." "You want to go for a walk with me?"
"Yes."
"Just a walk?"
"I'm not propositioning you, if that's what you're asking. I just want to spend some time alone with a handsome man."
"Out at sea. Anything could happen. I mean, is it really wise to go walking around a ship with a total stranger you just kissed at a bar?"
"What are you, my dad?"
she asked. "No, just curious."
"Maybe you're the one who should be worried."
"Probably," Pax said in earnest. There were stories about pretty women trying to catch people out at sea and snaring them for who knows what reason. I'm probably going to be okay.
"So will I. Besides, what could go wrong? We're on a ship."
That's exactly what I was thinking. Plenty of things could go wrong.
"Are you kidding me?"
No.
"You haven't been on a cruise ship before, have you?"
No. Why?
"These things have more cameras than the Truman Show. There's a surgical theater and state-of-the-art emergency medical department staffed by a team of doctors and nurses. You're safer and more secure on board this boat than probably anywhere else on Earth."
I'm not worried about having a heart attack. I'm worried about being drugged and waking up without kidneys or something. She rolled her eyes.
"Really? You're what, 200 times my size?"
Maybe twice.
"Really?"
Pax spread his hands. Okay, 3 times.
"I think you will be safe."
She laughed and playfully grabbed his hand.
"What do you say? Shall we go for a walk under the moonlight?"
Chapter 9. Pax followed the woman out of the driftwood lounge and onto the open deck. She slipped her hand into his, warm and sure, and guided him along the starboard walkway. The night was calm, the air soft and humid, and a bright gibbous moon hung overhead, silvering the railings and glittering across the dark Caribbean water below. They walked past the noise and color of the sail-away party, leaving the pulsing music and crowded dance floor behind. Voices faded, laughter thinned. The ship's hull hummed beneath their feet as they moved aft, toward quieter stretches of deck where only the sound of the sea accompanied them. A gentle breeze carried the smell of salt and sunscreen, lifting the woman's dark hair off her shoulders. It swayed behind her as she led him toward the less traveled part of the ship, the kind of place passengers wandered only when they wanted privacy or escape. After a moment, she glanced over her shoulder.
"So, what's your name?"
Pax frowned slightly. "I thought we weren't playing that game." She gave a soft laugh.
"No, I meant I'm not playing that game. Of course I want to know your name."
He still did not fully understand the rules she was using, but he was more than willing to play along. "Pax West." She stopped walking just long enough to look him up and down, trying to determine if he was being serious.
"Pax? As in Latin for peace?"
"That's me." Her gaze drifted over his shoulders and chest, tracing the sharp lines cut by years of hard living and harder training. She almost snorted.
"How did that work out for you?"
Trying at times, to be honest.
"Yeah, I bet."
They continued walking into the quiet, the moon lighting their path as the sea whispered against the ship's hull. They reached the aft railing, the last stretch of open deck before the ship dropped away into its churning wake. Pax stepped up beside the woman and rested his hands lightly on the cool metal rail. Below them, the sapphire horizon carved a long, foaming trail through the dark water. The whitewash stretched out like a glowing ribbon beneath the moonlight, fading slowly into the black distance until it became indistinguishable from the rest of the sea. The engines rumbled through the deck plates, steady and powerful. Pax watched the turbulence shifting and folding over itself, hypnotic in its rhythm. The night air carried a fresh bite of salt, brushing across his skin and tugging at the loose strands of the woman's dark hair. She leaned forward slightly, elbows on the rail, her red dress catching the moon's glow in a way that made it almost shimmer. Pax let his eyes drift from the endless wake to the horizon line. Out here, with the ship slicing forward and the world stretching empty in all directions, it was easy to forget the noise, the lights, the crowds. Easy to imagine the two of them were the only people for miles. He exhaled slowly, the quiet settling around them like a soft blanket.
I've heard the water's so cold. It's like getting hit by 1,000 needles, she said.
Pax laughed. That would be the North Atlantic, on board the Titanic that you're thinking of. This is the Caribbean. If I had to guess, if you fell over right now, it would probably be quite comfortable in the water. You could probably last several days there.
I think you would die of dehydration within 48 hours in this heat.
You're probably right about that. Pax smiled. But at least we can agree you wouldn't be freezing in that water. Probably very warm, like a bathtub. She laughed.
Yes, it's agreed. If you and I fell overboard, we would die of thirst, but not of hypothermia.
Right, Pax said. Not that I'm planning on going overboard.
What happened to if you jump, I jump?
That was still Titanic. She faux pouted her lips.
Oh, what happened to chivalry? You wouldn't jump over to help me swim?
No.
Just like that. You'd let me drown.
If you knew you couldn't swim, why did you jump off a perfectly safe ship? She grinned.
Good point.
Besides, swimming's not exactly my strong point.
Really? A big athletic guy like you can't swim?
Oh, I can swim all right. I'm just not particularly good at it. The whole thing doesn't come naturally to me.
Why?
She asked, intrigued. My body composition is all wrong. She ran her eyes slowly from his feet to his face, in that way one used to affectionately call the elevator glance, before it was deemed impolite. She licked her lips, almost lasciviously.
Your body looks fine to me. What's wrong with it?
Pax shrugged. Something about the muscle-to-fat proportions and bone density. It makes it hard for me. I can swim, but it takes a lot more effort than average. And after years of trying, I never have been able to float.
You're kidding me.
I'm really not. She pressed her lips against his. They kissed gently, and then she said,
You want to see what's really fun on a cruise ship like this?
Chapter 10. Chief Engineer's Office. Engine Room. Mike sat alone in his office, the dim overhead light casting a soft sheen across the metal desk. His iPhone rested beside his elbow, the screen still open to the call log. He hesitated for a moment, then tapped the recording he had made, the one from the man who had threatened him. The recording began to play, the voice emerging through the speaker like a ghost returning to finish an argument. calm, controlled, careful. The kind of voice that had belonged to any generic American. Mike leaned back, letting the man's words wash over him. He listened for tone, pacing, emotion, anything. But the voice seemed washed clean of personality. The kind of neutral sound most people would describe as general American, the default accent of the nightly news. Except something was off. A small thing, a tiny seam in the fabric. Mike leaned forward, tapping the screen to replay a section. "Say that again," he muttered under his breath, replaying 3 seconds of audio on a loop. Most Americans would never hear it. Most linguists might miss it. But Mike had spent 4 years in Pullman, Washington, studying engineering at Washington State University. He had lived in that strange little linguistic pocket, one of the least recognizable accents in North America. He replayed the line again. There it was, in the word bag. The man pronounced it subtly as bag instead of bag, with a stretched vowel that flattened and lifted at the same time. It was small, almost microscopic, but it hit Mike like a tap on the shoulder. No one outside the region ever caught it. No one outside the region ever made that sound naturally. He scrubbed back a bit further in the recording, listening for confirmation. The next clue came in the way the man said, sorry. Not sorry, like most Americans, but a faint touch closer to sorry. Another hallmark of the inland Northwest, especially northern Idaho. Almost Canadian, but not quite. Clean, soft, a tiny vowel drift only locals shared. Mike felt his pulse quicken. He remembered the cadence of professors at Washington State, the guys he played pickup basketball with, the girls in his engineering labs, the voices in diners and grocery stores around Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, and Moscow. This man sounded like them. He paused the recording, staring at the frozen sound wave on his phone's screen. Northern Idaho, he thought, or somewhere close to it. And not just raised there, educated there. The vowel shape on the stressed syllables narrowed it to someone who had spent years around Washington State University or the University of Idaho. The realization clicked into place with cold clarity. The caller had tried to bury his identity under a neutral American tone, but he had not buried it deep enough. Mike swiped the recording closed, a knot tightening in his stomach. He finally had a lead, a real one. The man who was threatening his wife grew up in the inland Northwest. It wasn't much, but at least he had something to go on. Chapter 11. They left the quiet aft deck and walked back through the ship, eventually entering the main atrium where the evening crowd moved in loose waves toward the forward section. Pax noticed a small stream of people funneling into the wide central corridor, all headed in the same direction. He stopped a young couple passing by. "Where's everyone going?" The woman smiled brightly. "There's a magic show by Blake Vogt." Pax glanced at the tall woman beside him. "You want to watch a magic show?" She shrugged with a small smile. "Okay, sure." They followed the flow of passengers to the massive forward theater. The space was impressive, easily built to seat more than 1,000 people. Soft lights glowed along the aisles. Seats curved in a wide semicircle around a raised stage framed by thick velvet curtains. The domed ceiling shimmered with programmed starlight. Pax and the woman found 2 seats near the front row, close enough to see every detail on stage. Blake Vogt stepped out to enthusiastic applause. He was slim and energetic, dressed in a sleek black suit, his movements precise as he launched straight into a rapid series of card tricks. He made cards appear from thin air, then vanish, then multiply by the dozens. Pax could not see a single tell or slip, and he found himself watching with genuine interest. After warming up the crowd, Blake scanned the audience dramatically.
"I need a few volunteers."
2 women were selected first. The spotlight swept across the rows again, landed on Pax, and Blake pointed straight at him.
"You, sir, in the blue shirt. Come on up."
The woman beside him nudged him, smiling. Pax sighed inwardly, but stood anyway. The crowd cheered as he made his way onto the stage. Blake positioned the 2 women on one side and Pax on the other. In the center sat a chair covered by a thin black cloth. Blake explained that the trick involved teleportation of objects, using only sight and suggestion. He handed Pax a deck of cards and asked him to choose one. Pax did. Blake never touched the deck, yet somehow managed to name the exact card without hesitation. The audience erupted in applause. Then Blake moved to the main event. He gestured at the covered chair.
"Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple fabric. Nothing underneath, nothing above. You can see all around."
He walked slowly around the chair, lifting the edges of the cloth to show the legs. He invited Pax to check it. Pax crouched, ran his hand under the chair. Solid wooden legs, nothing unusual.
"Perfect. Now, please return to your exact seat on the chair."
Pax sat. Blake placed the cloth gently over him. The audience gasped, laughing in anticipation.
"Now, what you are about to see is impossible,"
Blake said.
"which is why it works."
He snapped his fingers, then circled the chair again as he narrated. The cloth was still draped over Pax's outline, shoulders, arms, head. Then Blake lifted one corner of the cloth. There was nothing underneath, just empty air. The audience roared in shock. Blake pulled the fabric back and let it collapse into a flat heap on the stage floor. Pax was gone, vanished. The chair had disappeared. Only the cloth remained. Gasps echoed across the theater as Blake bowed dramatically. Pax returned to his seat beside the woman, shaking his head with a small grin. Even he had to admit it. The illusion had been good. He came back to the lovely stranger who had decided to spend the evening with him. She kissed him and said,
"That was incredible. Do you have any idea how he did it?"
"Not a clue," he lied.
"You worked it out?"
she asked. Pax shrugged. "I think differently, and I see patterns in ways most people don't."
"You want to tell me his secret?"
she asked, mischievously. Pax grinned. "Not a chance in hell." Chapter 12. They left the theater with the rest of the audience, drifting back into the ship's interior walkways. Music from the atrium echoed faintly as they made their way down a wide corridor lined with signs advertising different attractions. One sign caught Pax's eye. The Glacier Run ski slide. Below it, another pointed toward the ice garden rink. They followed the hallway until the ship opened up into a cavernous space that housed both attractions. The ski run was exactly what the advertisements claimed. The world's first artificial snow ski slide on a cruise ship. In reality, it was more of a novelty than a serious slope, but it was still impressive. It began up on deck 11 as a narrow chute lined with soft, synthetic snow, gently curving and weaving down through the center of the ship. LEDs lit the banks in cool blues and whites, giving it the appearance of a miniature alpine run. The slide descended deck by deck, protected by clear side panels, until it spilled out onto deck 4, ending at a padded braking zone beside the indoor ice rink. The ice garden rink itself sat beneath a high vaulted ceiling, the air cool and crisp. Strings of white lights hung overhead, casting a soft winter glow across the polished ice. A mural of snowy mountains wrapped around the walls, making the space feel like a pocket of frozen wilderness hidden inside the ship. A skate rental counter stretched along one side, behind which a handful of attendants chatted while sorting skates. The woman beside him lit up at the sight.
"I'd love to go ice skating."
Pax shrugged. "Okay, let's go." She laughed.
"You're kidding."
"I'm not. Why?" She tilted her head, amused.
"You said you can't swim. I'm assuming you're more the sort of person who can move heavy objects, but dexterity is not really your thing."
Pax laughed. "First off, I don't think I'm going to have any issues drowning on the ice. Second, I'll have you know I might be big, but I'm not uncoordinated." She stepped toward the skate rental counter, a teasing smile playing at her lips.
"Prove it."
Chapter 13. They stood near the skate rental counter, the cool air from the rink brushing over them. Pax turned to her, hands in his pockets, studying the playful glint in her eyes. "Okay," he said. "So if you're not going to give me your name, I guess I had better give you one." She arched a brow.
"Why?"
"Well, for a start, if we're going to be spending some time together, it saves me trying to think what to call you and simply going with beautiful woman." She smirked.
"I don't mind you calling me that."
Pax grinned. "How about we accept I think you're beautiful, and I call you Red?"
"Red?"
She laughed, glancing down at the short red dress hugging her figure.
"Very inventive of you."
He shrugged. "Or you could just tell me your name." She shook her head, amused, and held out her hand.
"I'm Red."
Pax took her hand, the warmth of her grip sinking a little deeper than he expected. For the moment, the name fit perfectly. Together, they picked out a pair of skates from the rental counter and sat together on the long wooden bench that ran along the wall. The rink air was cool against his face, a strange contrast after the humid warmth of the top deck. Pax tightened the laces on his skates with practiced efficiency, while Red worked at hers with far more determination and technique. Once they both stood, Pax offered his hand. She took it without hesitation. They glided onto the ice, the smooth surface catching the glow of rotating disco lights overhead. Soft music pulsed through the speakers, something rhythmic and bright, matching the gentle sweep of color moving across the rink. The walls were painted with snowy mountains and pine forests, giving the illusion they had stepped into a frozen valley hidden inside the ship. Pax skated easily, muscles relaxed, balance effortless. Red, however, wobbled the moment she pushed off. She let out a small gasp as her ankle dipped, but Pax steadied her, his hand firm around hers.
"Okay, maybe you were right," she muttered.
"About what?"
"About not drowning on the ice. But I didn't account for the possibility of breaking my neck."
Pax chuckled and guided her farther across the rink. After a few laps, he shifted his weight, released one of her hands, and smoothly pivoted to skate backward. He caught both of her hands again, pulling her gently along as he glided in reverse. Red narrowed her eyes.
"Show off?"
He smiled, pulling her a little closer to keep her steady as they crossed under the bright beams of the moving lights. They talked as they skated, casual pieces of conversation slipping between them as naturally as their movements across the ice. After a while, the music shifted, signaling the end of the open skate session. They coasted toward the exit and stepped off the ice, helping each other find balance on solid ground again. Red glanced toward the towering artificial ski run that began several decks above them. The lights traced the length of the chute, making it look faster than it probably was.
"All right," she said, catching her breath. "Maybe you can skate. I'll give you that."
She jabbed a finger upward at the slope, a competitive gleam in her eye.
"I'll tell you what. I bet I can beat you down the ski run."
Chapter 14. Pax and Red stood at the top of Deck 11, skis strapped to their boots, the starting platform of the glacier run stretching out before them. The chute was wide at the top, lined with soft synthetic snow that glistened under bright LED lights. Crew members stood off to the side, offering a quick safety briefing, but Red barely paid attention. She was grinning like a kid who had just been let loose in a candy store. A cool breeze swept across the open deck, carrying with it the faint smell of sea salt from far below. Red leaned on her poles, eyes sharp with mischief.
"Beat you to the bottom."
Before Pax could respond, she shoved off with surprising force. The ski run began like an oversized water slide, curving downward in a smooth arc. Faux snow sprayed up behind her as she dropped into the chute. The track enclosed overhead for a moment, forming a glowing white tunnel that crossed above the ship's main atrium. The sudden dip sent her shooting through with a burst of speed. Pax pushed off right after her. The tunnel opened again, revealing the next section, a long zigzag descent weaving between clear side panels that offered dizzying views of the ship's decks below. The turns grew sharper as they dropped, each tight curve sending skiers banking hard left, then right, momentum building with every shift. Red streaked ahead, laughter trailing behind her. Pax kept his weight low, cutting clean lines through the turns, catching up with every controlled slide. The chute widened as they reached midship. The moguls began immediately, a playful series of bumps that forced quick reactions, weight shifts, and a whole lot of balance. Red hit them fast and nearly lost control, arms flailing for a second before she steadied. Pax rode the moguls with practiced ease, using each rise to close the distance. At the end of the moguls came a jump ramp, small, but enough to launch riders into a brief, weightless moment before landing safely on the padded final stretch. Red didn't slow. She whooped as she cleared the jump, landing slightly crooked, but still upright. Pax followed a heartbeat later, landing smoothly, skis cutting a straight line toward the final slope. The finish line glittered with a strip of LED lights marking the end of the run beside the entrance to the ice rink on Deck 4. Red shot across it first, throwing her arms up in triumph. Pax crossed 3 seconds later. She spun toward him, breathless, cheeks flushed, grin infectious.
"Told you I'd beat you."
Pax grinned as he unbuckled his skis. "You can ski." Red brushed a strand of dark hair from her face, cheeks still flushed from the sun.
"Yeah, I grew up in Idaho and skied Sun Valley every year."
That explained a lot. She nudged him with her elbow.
"You can ski, too."
Pax lifted a shoulder. "I've had some time skiing." Her eyes widened with playful accusation.
"I know you were holding out on me."
He shook his head. "I was just going for a ski. I just wanted to enjoy the run with you."
"Liar,"
she said, laughing.
"You know, even if you try your best, I bet I can still beat you."
Pax looked at her, the corner of his mouth lifting. "Okay. You're on." Chapter 15. Pax and Red pushed off at the same instant, skis carving into the synthetic snow as they launched down the upper stretch of the run. Pax leaned forward, building speed quickly, but Red stayed right beside him. He shot her a quick glance. She was fast, better than he expected, but he was faster. A startled staff member yelled at them to slow down. Neither of them listened. The chute narrowed and the world blurred into streaks of blue and white as they dropped into the enclosed tunnel. Pax felt the familiar rush rise in his chest, that electric thrill he had not felt in years. He had always loved racing, always loved speed. In 2010, he had stood on the podium at the Vancouver Winter Olympics with a gold medal for slalom skiing around his neck. Tonight, he was back in that place again. Red kept pace through the first big turn, cutting sharply across his line and overtaking him by inches. She had skill, real skill. A competitive background, he was sure of it now. Maybe she had not told him her real name, but he recognized someone who had skied gates for most of her life. They dropped into the zigzag section. Pax shifted his weight and cut inside her just as she went wide, reclaiming the lead. Red fought back on the next corner, sliding ahead by a ski length. Pax grinned. She was good. But once they hit the long straight, gravity favored him. He pointed his skis straight down. Speed surged. He rocketed past her, gaining clear distance as the tunnel opened into the wider midship section. The moguls approached fast. Pax launched into them with perfect timing, letting each bump lift him higher. At the final rise, he kicked hard and threw his body backward, executing a clean backflip that left the watching staff yelling in disbelief. He landed smoothly, snow spraying up around him. Red, however, had used the moment to her advantage. She shot past him the instant his skis touched the slope, slicing the final stretch with flawless control. She crossed the finish line moments before he did, arms raised triumphantly. Pax skied over to her, breathing hard, adrenaline humming through every nerve. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close, kissing her deeply. "That was fun," he said against her lips. She laughed, breath warm on his cheek. "You let me win." "Yes, but only just." She looked up at him, eyes alive with challenge. "Best out of 3? Chapter 16. Captain Jonathan Harwood stood on the bridge, the soft glow of navigational displays washing over his uniform. He held the latest weather report in one hand, reading glasses perched low on his nose. Beyond the wide panes of reinforced glass, the sea was calm and dark, the moonlit swells rolling gently beneath the bow. It was hard to reconcile the peaceful night with the angry spiral taking shape many miles to the south. He exhaled through his nose, lowering the report. Harwood did not like what he saw. The tropical system had grown rapidly in intensity, organizing into a full-fledged hurricane off the coast of Barbados. The projected path showed the storm tracking due south, away from the sapphire horizon, but Harwood had been at sea long enough to know hurricanes had minds of their own. The slightest shift could send the path arcing west, or worse, north. He glanced at his first officer, standing beside the radar station. "Adams, keep an eye on this weather system overnight. If there are any changes at all, I want to know immediately. We might need to adjust the entire course of this cruise." Adams nodded, his face lit by the shifting green sweeps of the radar. "Understood, Captain." Harwood folded the report and placed it on the console, his expression settling into the familiar weight of responsibility. The bridge hummed quietly with electronics and low conversation, the officers moving with practiced precision around their stations. Everything looked routine. Everything felt calm. But Harwood's instincts itched. "Very well," he said.
You are officer of the watch, Adams. I'm off to bed.
Yes, Captain. Harwood took one last look at the steady horizon through the bridge windows. Still calm, still perfect. The kind of night that lulled inexperienced sailors into complacency. He turned and left the bridge, carrying the unease of the weather report with him into the dark corridor. Captain Harwood knew that if the tropical weather system changed course, he would have to divert the sapphire horizon. He just prayed he could reach the pickup point before it did. Otherwise, that hurricane was going to cost him a lot more than his job. Chapter 17. Pax lost the third race. He then argued that as the winner, Red was entitled to a kiss. Red happily agreed. She stepped closer, chin tilted with playful confidence, awaiting her reward.
Good. I was hoping you would say that.
He wrapped an arm around her waist and drew her against him. Their lips met in a kiss that was warm, slow, and unhurried. Red's fingers slid up into his hair, and Pax felt her lean into him, matching his intensity with her own. The faint chill from the rink still clung to their skin, making the heat between them sharper, more vivid. When she finally pulled back, she looked breathless and pleased.
Well,
she said softly.
I earned that.
Pax smiled. You did. They left the ski run area and took the stairs down to Deck 4. A broad outdoor walkway circled the entire ship, marked as the running and walking track. Blue track lines curled along the deck, lit by low running lights that glowed softly against the night. A sign on the railing read, 2 laps equal 1 mile. They slowed near the starboard side, stopping at the rail. The sea stretched out in a dark, endless expanse, broken only by the faint shimmer of moonlight and the distant churn of the ship's wake. The air was warm, soft, and carried the quiet hiss of waters sliding past the hull. Red rested her hands on the railing and stared out into the night. Pax stood beside her, close enough that their shoulders brushed lightly. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The world felt vast and quiet, the ship cutting through the ocean like a steel island in the dark. Pax looked out at the water, feeling strangely grounded for a man so often unmoored. He turned to Red and said, "What's your story?"
What do you mean?
She asked, playfully. Pax gestured at the white band where her wedding ring must have recently sat. Just curious. She spread her hands.
It's not what you think.
I don't think anything, and I'm not judging. I just wondered, that's all. She folded her arms across her chest.
If you must know, I'm still married.
Okay, he said.
I mean, I don't want to be, but I am, technically, still married. We've split up, but it takes a while for these things to go through.
Okay, Pax said again. People tended to tell him things and expect him to judge them, but the simple fact was he had the ultimate moral and ethical flexibility. In many ways, he had a better moral compass than most. That was because he had been taught what was right and what was wrong, one single thing at a time. All the same, he'd spent his life killing people. He wasn't necessarily proud of that fact. It was just what he did. First, he had nearly killed an older boy named Tyler at the orphanage where he grew up, because he saw it as the only way to defend himself. He'd gotten lucky. The kid had slipped on the recently mopped floor in the bathroom as he tried to hurt 4-year-old Paxton. But while the older kid had begun the fight, Pax had ended it. He'd taken the ceramic toilet cistern and slammed it down hard on the kid's head. He would have killed him if it wasn't for one of the new staff from the orphanage coming in to use the toilet at just the right time. Then, Pax had spent the rest of his childhood being reviewed by psychiatrists and behavioral specialists to determine if he was capable of assimilating into normal society, or at least, that was what he thought their goal was. In reality, they were grooming him, as they had since the beginning, to become a killer. At 18, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy and was fast-tracked to Navy SEAL training. He served 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan, after which he was introduced to a man from the CIA who indoctrinated him into a secret team of ghosts who performed tasks deemed necessary by the U.S. government, but were definitely not acceptable by normal standards of civilizations. Some called his duties the necessary cleaning of unwanted elements. But Pax knew what he was. He was an assassin. So no, he wasn't very quick to judge anyone for anything, and he sure as hell wasn't going to judge Red for staying or leaving a bad husband. Red said,
"This isn't the first time I've tried to escape him."
Pax arched an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything.
"This time I'm going to make it happen."
"What are you going to do?" Pax asked.
"I told my husband I was flying to Hawaii for the week. Then I went ahead and booked a cruise here."
Pax looked at her, his face serious and unreadable. "That's your strategy?"
"So far,"
she admitted. "Are you planning on running away after you enjoy a vacation?" She laughed.
"I'm serious."
"So am I." Pax drew a breath. "I mean, what are your escape tactics after that?"
"There's a local fisherman who works down this way. He has a lobster boat. He's 100% legitimate.
"And?"
"He also takes cash payments from people smugglers."
"You're hoping he can take you off the ship and far away from here?"
"Yeah."
She frowned.
"What do you think?"
"I think it's a bad idea."
"Why?"
"For starters, there's every chance this fisherman's going to just take your money or gold or whatever it is you've brought with you for this endeavor, and then simply hand you over to the people smugglers anyway. Have you considered that?"
"It's a possibility."
"Where will you go?"
"Back to Venezuela."
Pax tried to imagine her living in Venezuela. She might have Latina heritage, but she looked anything but poor, and he struggled to imagine what she would do once she got there. "How will you live?"
"I've brought some gold. It won't last me a lifetime, but it will set me up well. I was born in Venezuela and came here as a teenager."
"Why go through the people smugglers route?" She arched a delicate, dark eyebrow upward.
"You mean, why don't I just fly there?"
Pax nodded. "Why don't you?"
"He'll know. My husband will simply find me and bring me back again."
"So what are you trying to do here?" Pax asked.
"I'm not sure. Something will come up. I'll think of something. I'm a survivor. Maybe they'll just think I fell overboard or something. If he thinks I'm dead, maybe he'll leave me alone."
"If he thinks you're dead, there would be no reason for him to hunt you." She frowned.
"No. If you knew my husband, you would understand that the only way for him to leave me alone would be to actually be dead."
Pax said, "I can help you. I know a thing or two about running away. I can help." She shook her head.
"No, you can't."
Pax shrugged. "Try me."
"Listen, I look at you and I see a big, tough guy. Hell, you're probably in the military, a Marine or something hardcore. Maybe you worked in special forces or something. I have no doubt you can defend yourself along with your country, but here's the thing."
Her eyes clouded over. She brushed away some tears with her wrist and looked right into his eyes.
You have no idea what my husband's capable of.
Chapter 18. Pax watched the emotions run through this beautiful woman's face. He said, "That's why you refused to give me your name."
Uh-huh.
Red wiped a tear.
You see, I can't have anything that shows my husband where I've been.
If you escape and start a life somewhere else, it's hardly likely your husband will ever meet me, let alone question me about your whereabouts.
Oh, you have no idea how far wrong you are on this.
Really?
My husband isn't just a bad husband. I'm not talking about typical domestic violence. And this isn't to diminish the severity of actual domestic violence. But my husband's a very different sort of devil.
How so?
He's powerful. He's a lawyer with direct connections to a judge. So nobody looks twice at him. He may as well make the law.
Okay, so he's an asshole.
It's more than that.
What?
My husband's the head of a cartel.
Now Pax could see where this was going. What sort of cartel?
The very worst type.
I didn't realize they were graded. I meant, is he a drug dealer? Does he deal in extortions, petty crime? What?
No, he's the very worst of them all.
Pax seemed to misunderstand her. What does he trade in?
Women.
What?
That's right. My husband's the head of a cartel that specializes in human trafficking, men and women, in fact. They would all come from Latin America, using people smugglers to bring them into the USA. The women he would sell for the sex trade, and the men he would kill or dispose of. Only he soon learned he could sell them, too, as cheap labor, to people around the world who want to run mines with slave labor.
She looked at him, awaiting for the gasp and horror that she imagined him to display. Instead, he asked, Siberia?
And Africa. And right here in the USA.
You're kidding.
No. Everyone wants easy money.
So, what do they do with the men in the USA?
Mines. Normally old, disused mines that are no longer profitable at a commercial scale. He will go in and purchase the land, put a few hundred heads of cattle and make it look like a farm. Then he'll bring in the male slaves and get them to work in the mines.
Where do they live?
No, you misunderstand me. He brings them down into the mines, makes them work if they want to be fed. But once they enter the mines, they never see daylight again. Most die within 3 months. Some, the healthy ones, make 6 months. It's the only way to never get caught. If they were allowed outside, someone would see them. No, he keeps them locked underground.
Pax nodded. It seemed like an effective business model. And the women?
They're sold, or used the same way impoverished women have been used for centuries.
The sex trade.
Exactly.
Why don't you go to the police?
Are you kidding me?
She shook her head, aghast.
Have you ever seen what happens to a whistleblower? Besides, my husband's a clever guy, a lawyer, who's got everything tied up, ironclad. If this whole operation gets blown out of the water, I can promise you one thing with absolute certainty. My husband's going to walk away completely scot-free.
No, you're right.
It's a horrifying situation. I'm surprised you're not more shocked.
Pax spread his hands. He really didn't want to explain that he was just the sort of monster who knew exactly how to deal with someone like her husband. Instead, he asked, How do you know all this?
Because I came from Venezuela.
She seemed to stop. her voice catching in her throat. Pax said, "You were once a client of his." She nodded. "Uh-huh. My entire family. We paid a local human trafficker to get us into the U.S. It was a small fortune, everything we owned." "What happened?" "When we got here, my father, my brother, and my mother, who he had said was too old, were sent to work in the mines." "And you?" "Noah. That's my husband's name. He took me as his own." Chapter 19. Mike Kincaid walked the length of the engine room with the quiet, deliberate pace of a man trying to think several steps ahead. The thrum of the Sapphire Horizon's propulsion system vibrated up through the deck plates, steady and powerful. The twin diesel-electric engines were running flawlessly, each humming at precisely calibrated outputs. Beneath the main generators, the auxiliary units pulsed in perfect sequence. It was a beautifully functioning system, a system he might need to stop. Mike moved between consoles and piping arrays, checking gauges, even though he already knew the readings by heart. His mind was on something else entirely. How do you halt a 23,000-ton ship without crippling her? He ran through the possibilities automatically. He could manually trip the main circuit breakers to the propulsion motors. Fast, effective, simple. But the surge would risk frying the converters and power distribution buses. Replacing those would take weeks, maybe even dry dock. He could sabotage the fuel supply manifold. One cut valve would starve the engines. But shutting down the flow abruptly could damage the injection systems, leaving them offline indefinitely. He could trigger a false engine fire alarm. The safety protocols would shut everything down instantly. But doing so would force a compulsory inspection, ground the entire ship, and invite more scrutiny than he could risk. Everything he thought of caused too much damage, too much delay. He walked past the port-side propulsion converter, staring at the massive, humming unit that fed energy to one of the ship's azipods. Beautiful machinery, too fragile to tamper with. The azipods were an azimuth thruster pod design, a marine propulsion unit consisting of a fixed-pitch propeller mounted on a steerable gondola. They were designed for small luxury yachts, but their entire size had been scaled and were now commonly used on large cruise ships for the added maneuverability they provided. Mike reached the seawater intake system. A row of intake strainers sat neatly in their housing, feeding cooling water into the engines. High volume, constant flow. Absolutely critical. If the strainers clogged, or if the intake pumps stalled, the engines would trip offline in seconds to prevent overheating. And unlike electrical sabotage, there would be no catastrophic damage, no permanent shutdown, just a controlled, fail-safe response. Mike stopped in front of the intake manifold, staring at the main valve assembly. A single deliberate obstruction here, something that could be quickly removed afterward, would cut the cooling water flow. The engines would shut down automatically to protect themselves. Not damaged, not ruined, just stopped. He felt a pulse of adrenaline, equal parts relief and dread. This was the way. It was elegant, reversible, and it would look like a routine mechanical fault. He could fix it in a day or two once the crisis passed. Mike put a hand on the valve housing, feeling the vibration through the steel. He hoped he never had to do it. He hoped the situation never reached the point where he would have to sabotage the ship he loved. But if it came to that, this was the piece he would destroy. He let his hand fall away, forcing himself to keep walking, as if everything were normal. But the knowledge settled heavily in his chest. When the time came, if he had no other choice, he knew exactly what he had to do. Chapter 20. Pax looked at Red, really looked at her. And in that moment he could picture it all. The bruises she hid beneath confidence, the fear she masked with charm, the history she refused to speak aloud but carried in the tightness of her voice. Everything she had been through sat between them like a shadow only he could see. He made his decision. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'll help you run, and then I'll kill your husband." Red went still. The moonlight caught the sharp line of her jaw as she turned to face him fully.
"I believe you mean it."
"Every word," Pax confirmed. She stepped forward, closing the distance, and wrapped her arms around him. Her breath warmed his neck. Her body pressed close, as if she were afraid he might vanish if she didn't hold on.
"Take me back to your cabin,"
she whispered. Pax hesitated. "Are you sure?" She lifted her chin and met his gaze with steady, unguarded eyes.
"I don't want to be alone tonight, Pax."
That was enough. He nodded. "All right." Pax took her hand, her fingers sliding between his as naturally as if they had been made to fit there. They began walking along the deserted deck toward the interior corridor. "And in the morning," Pax said, voice low and certain, "we're going to work out how to kill your husband and set you free." Red held his hand tighter. For the first time all night, she looked like she believed freedom was possible. Chapter 21. Pax unlocked the door and stepped into his cabin. Red followed, pausing just inside as she took in the small space. It was simple, compact. A king bed took up most of the room. The faux porthole displayed a looping view of moonlit water. The television was dark, the mirror spotless, the ensuite door slightly ajar. Nothing out of place, nothing personal. The kind of room a man booked when he had no intention of staying inside it. Red raised an eyebrow. "This looks nice." Pax snorted. "Liar. But I've stayed in places a lot worse." She turned toward him with a slow, hungry smile.
"It looks good for what I want it for."
Red kicked the door shut behind her and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him into a kiss that left little room for hesitation or doubt. Pax kissed her back, his pulse quickening. Still, somewhere in the back of his mind, a small, familiar warning whispered, "Be careful of beautiful women who throw themselves at you, who move fast, who try to pull you into bed within hours of meeting." A soft alarm, muted and rational, the kind that suggested caution. But then Red reached for his hand, guiding it to the zipper at the back of her dress. Her meaning was unmistakable, immediate, warm, intentional. And Pax let the warning go, just dismissed it, like a sleepy glance at an alarm clock before shutting it off entirely. Two competing instincts tugged at him, the trained one that urged caution, and the human one that urged this. Only one of them was ever going to win. As Red's dress slid off her shoulders and drifted to the floor, Pax looked at her. She was stunning, confident, radiant in a way that made the small cabin feel too small to contain her. She smiled at him, slow and knowing, a smile that said without words, "I could get you to do whatever I want." Pax knew it, felt it, and he stepped toward her anyway as the room slipped into shadows and the moment overtook them, and he gave in to complete ecstasy. Chapter 22. Pax rolled over and woke a few hours later. Moonlight shined through the faux porthole, painting a soft silver glow across the small cabin. He blinked the sleep from his eyes and turned his head. His heart lifted at the sight beside him. Red lay flat on her back, her turned-up nose pointing toward the ceiling, her dark hair spread in a loose halo across the pillow. Her wide mouth was relaxed, lips full and soft. The same lips he had kissed hours earlier with an enthusiasm he did not regret for a second. He wondered how anyone could look that beautiful simply by existing. As if sensing his gaze, she rolled toward him. Her eyes were wide awake, bright and alert.
"What are you thinking about in the middle of the night?"
"You," he said simply. She smiled.
"Are you hung up on my problem?"
"No, that I can deal with."
"Then what?"
"Nothing. I was just looking at you, thinking how can anyone be that beautiful while sleeping on their back and snoring." She pushed him playfully in the chest.
"I do not snore."
"No, you don't. But it is what I would have been thinking if you had been, and I was just wondering how anyone can look so good." She laughed quietly.
"Well, I would like to say it is healthy eating and hard work at the gym."
"But
I would be lying. I look just like my mother, and she probably looked just like her mother. I ride horses in summer and go skiing in winter because I enjoy it. And this is the shape I happen to be."
Pax nodded as if reaching a grand conclusion. "I thought so."
"You thought so, did you?"
she asked, an incredulous grin tugging at her lips. "Yeah. There is a naturalness to your beauty. You are not wearing makeup. You were wearing an incredibly sexy dress. But there is something in your persona that simply says, 'I don't care what you think. I do not know.' There is something attractive about it. I was lying here trying to put my finger on it." She smiled softly and began tracing her finger across the muscles of his chest and arm.
"Well, you are not bad-looking yourself."
"It is all natural, too."
"Really?"
"Yeah. And I guess training in the gym and in the military for the past 20 years helped a bit."
"You would have been good-looking even if you had not. There is something nice about your face, something sincere and honest, like you are not hiding anything from the world."
"You think?"
"I know you have demons. I can feel them. But you keep them at bay and show the world your true self."
"Interesting." She shifted closer, the warmth of her body brushing his.
"Are you tired?"
"Not particularly."
"Good,"
she said as she wrapped her arms around him and pulled him against her, bare skin against bare skin.
"Because I have a better idea of what to do than going back to sleep."
Chapter 23. Day 2 at Sea. Antilles Mayores. Captain Jonathan Harwood stared at the latest weather report, the blue glow of the console lighting his face. The numbers and projections felt heavier each time he read them. He had spoken only minutes earlier with the company's meteorologist, a cautious man who rarely raised his voice, but whose tone tonight carried unmistakable concern. The storm had strengthened. What had begun as a harmless tropical disturbance was now well on its way to becoming a full-fledged hurricane, still moving south, for now. But if it curved even slightly, the sapphire horizon would have nowhere to hide. The meteorologist had recommended a proactive shift to a more northerly route, a wise precaution. Harwood thanked him, then quietly fed the weather facts into the shredder mounted beneath the communications desk, watching the paper vanish into thin strips. He straightened his uniform and stepped out of the ready room onto the bridge. The night shift crew had the lights dimmed, the bridge lit mostly by consoles and the faint glow of dawn on the horizon. Harwood's shoes made a soft tap on the deck as he crossed the wide space, and the officers straightened reflexively. "Captain on the bridge," the helmsman announced. Harwood gave a small nod. "Thank you. I have the watch." The night crew moved efficiently, handing over logs, system updates, and navigational readouts before stepping back to gather their belongings. The transition was quiet, smooth, practiced. First Officer Adams approached him, face drawn with fatigue and expectation. "Sir," Adams said, "did you speak with the meteorologist?" Harwood kept his expression neutral. "Yes. He says the weather system is gaining strength, but it is still nothing for us to worry about on our current route." Adams exhaled, relief softening his shoulders. "Good to hear." Harwood returned his gaze to the bridge windows. The sea stretched out before them in calm, rolling blue, innocent, beautiful, deceptively so. He clasped his hands behind his back and prayed silently. Prayed the storm would continue south. Prayed the sea would hold steady. Prayed the timing would favor him long enough to complete the exchange before his lie destroyed the life he had worked so hard to build. Chapter 24. Chief Engineer's Office, Engine Room. Mike woke with a start, heart thumping, the echo of the storm still roaring somewhere in the back of his mind. He had barely slept. Every time he drifted off, his dreams dropped him back into the engine room, the sapphire horizon dead in the water, powerless, being swallowed by impossible waves. No matter how he fought, no matter what controls he reached for, the engines would not answer. What unnerved him most was not the nightmare itself, but what it didn't contain. Not once had he dreamed of Amy. Not once had he pictured her tied up, terrified, waiting for him to save her. His mind kept circling back to the ship instead. It struck him as strange, almost shameful. The woman he loved was being held hostage, and his subconscious was more fixated on the safety of the sapphire horizon. Something about it felt wrong, twisted, but he could not deny it. The ship had become as present in his fears as his wife should have been. His alarm buzzed. He shut it off with a groan, sat up, and rubbed at his gritty eyes. The office phone rang. Mike jumped, pulse spiking. For a split second he thought it must be him calling, the man holding Amy, the voice from the inland northwest. He snatched up the receiver. "Mike," the captain said. "It is Harwood." Mike let out a shaky breath and pushed a hand through his hair. "Morning, Captain." "This tropical system is strengthening into a proper hurricane," Harwood said. "At this stage, it looks like it will continue heading away from us. But if something changes, I need to know exactly what speed we can get out of the engines." Mike blinked, confused. "You have the exact specs on the bridge." Surely you know precisely how fast we can go. I know how fast the cruise line wants us to go, Harwood replied. All those policies and spec sheets include layers of safety redundancy. I need you to calculate what the ship can handle if we absolutely need to outrun weather. Mike rubbed his jaw slowly. You mean, calculate what we can do if we don't care about having to rebuild the engines afterward? It is a lot easier to rebuild engines, Harwood said quietly, than to build an entirely new ship. Mike swallowed. He thought of the intake manifold, the sabotage he might have to commit, the danger of the storm, the danger of the exchange. He did not want to imagine these choices converging. All right, he said. I will work it out for you, Captain. Thank you. And Mike, do not mention this to anyone yet. I do not want to alarm anybody. I understand. I will sort it out. Thank you. Have a good day, Mike. The line clicked off. Mike set the phone down slowly. He stared at the metal wall, the gentle hum of the engines vibrating through his feet, and felt the dread crawl up inside him again. He did not know whether to hope the hurricane intensified so the captain had to divert, or pray it weakened so they could continue their original course and make the pickup on schedule. Either way, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He had never been so frightened in his life. Chapter 25. Pax woke late, blinking at the soft golden light filtering through the faux porthole. The digital projection made it look like a bright Caribbean morning outside, sunlight sparkling across calm water. For a moment, in that half-awake haze, he reached instinctively toward the other side of the bed. Empty. Cold sheets. He frowned and pushed himself upright. The room was silent except for the low hum of the ship's ventilation. Red was gone. No trace of her, except the faint scent of her perfume lingering in the air. Pax swung his legs out of bed, stretched, and made his way into the small ensuite. He flipped on the light. A message glowed on the mirror in bold lipstick. Red lipstick. I'm sorry. I can't get you involved. Thanks for last night. Red. Pax stood there a long moment, jaw tightening, not with anger, but with determination. She had slipped away quietly without waking him, without giving him the chance to argue, without giving him the chance to help. He exhaled slowly. 6 more days, he murmured. I'll find you, Red, and you're not doing this alone. He stepped into the shower, letting the warm water wake him fully. Afterward, he wiped her message from the mirror with a towel, brushed his teeth, and dressed. There was no point sitting around. He stepped out of his cabin and headed toward the nearest breakfast station, already deciding on his next move. He would find her, and he would help her. Chapter 26. Pax entered the main dining room and was greeted by pure excess. The space was enormous, stretching nearly the full width of the ship, with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides displaying an impossible sweep of blue ocean. Dozens of buffet stations formed long, gleaming islands of food. Stainless steel warmers reflected the lights above. Chefs in crisp white stood behind omelet bars and carving boards, flipping, slicing, and plating with effortless rhythm. There were trays piled with bacon, sausages, waffles, hash browns, scrambled eggs, and poached eggs. Beside them sat stations for fresh fruit, pastries, pancakes, smoked salmon, cheeses, and yogurts. Even a donut wall stood near the entrance, as if daring anyone to pretend they were on a diet. Pax took a plate and moved along the line. He grabbed scrambled eggs, smoked salmon, a stack of bacon, sliced melon, and a blueberry muffin that smelled too good to ignore. Next, he walked to the drink station. A touchscreen display listed options: espresso, long black, latte, cappuccino, hot chocolate. He tapped cappuccino. The machine hummed, ground beans, and poured a steaming cup in seconds. All in all, the entire process took barely 2 minutes. He found a seat near the windows, alone, and set the plate down. As he started eating, his mind drifted back to Red. He wondered where she would be today, whether she was hiding in her cabin, whether she was trying to talk herself out of trusting him. He understood why she had left. She thought she was protecting him. But Pax did not need protecting. Not from this. And her husband, her scumbag husband, definitely needed to die. Pax had no aversion to the judicial system. He believed in courts and juries and the right to defend oneself. But he did not believe in a fair trial when the villain was a respected lawyer with judges for friends. No, he had no illusions. If Red tried to seek justice through normal channels, she would be destroyed. Again. Killing her husband was the only path, the only justice that made sense. Red had been 13 when she crossed into the United States, risking everything with her family. The man she married had killed them, then took her for himself. Pax had trouble with certain moral decisions, he knew that. But not this one. This one was easy. Now he only had to find her again, and convince her that he was the man to do it. He had just lifted his cappuccino when he noticed several cruise security officers entering the dining room. 3 of them. They fanned out quickly, searching tables, scanning faces, speaking quietly into handheld radios. People began whispering. A ripple of tension spread across the room. Pax leaned toward a nearby server carrying a tray of pastries. "What's going on?" Pax asked. The waiter looked unsettled. He spread his hands.
"One of the passengers is missing. A woman named Jessica Wilson."
Chapter 27. Security Hub. Sapphire Horizon.
"Who's Jessica Wilson?"
Thompson, one of the security officers, asked as he worked. His fingers moved quickly, toggling between feeds and data overlays. Reed Bledsoe took a slow sip of his coffee.
"She's a regular on the ship. A real high flyer. Always stays in the loft."
Thompson swiveled slightly, raising his eyebrows. The loft was the most exclusive cabin on the Sapphire Horizon, the only 2-story apartment on the ship, with a private balcony, personal butler, and more square footage than most Miami condos. Reed stood in the center of the Sapphire Horizon security hub, arms folded across his broad chest, as Thompson slid into one of the monitoring chairs. The room was a tight nerve center of screens, consoles, and soft, humming equipment. 20 surveillance monitors lined the forward wall in a curved arc, showing live feeds from across the ship. Hallways, stairwells, lounges, the casino floor, the pools, even the jogging track. Smaller screens flanked the main array, each tied into passenger logs, door sensors, and crew access points. Thompson tapped at his keyboard, the system waking up with a low chime. Multiple windows opened, facial recognition panels, movement logs, time-stamped entry records. A search program began pulling every sighting of Jessica Wilson from the last 24 hours.
Do you think she might have fallen off the ship?
Thompson asked, cautiously.
No way,
Reed said immediately.
or possibly jumped.
Reed snapped his gaze toward him.
No, none of the alarms have gone off.
The ship's man-overboard system was state-of-the-art. Dozens of cameras monitored rail perimeters with AI smart recognition, designed to detect the arc, trajectory, and silhouette of anything falling overboard, passenger, crew, or even a piece of litter. It would have triggered instantly. There was no chance someone had gone into the water unnoticed. Thompson frowned.
So, how do we know Jessica Wilson is missing?
Reed turned slightly.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
I mean, Thompson said, gesturing at the silent screens.
If the alarms didn't go off to say she fell overboard, how do we know she's missing?
Reed exhaled.
She didn't come out of the loft this morning.
Thompson shrugged.
So, someone knocked on the door, right? It's still morning. Maybe she had a late night and slept in?
Maybe,
Reed said. But her husband called. He said he couldn't reach her and asked if we could go check on her. We sent someone up to the loft, and they found the place.
He paused.
Interesting.
Thompson turned in his chair, grinning.
Do we routinely search the ship because somebody's husband on the mainland can't reach his spouse on vacation? Not routinely, Reed said. But the Wilsons aren't normal passengers. They're extremely rich. They've supported the Sapphire Horizon for years.
Thompson checked the search window. The program had scanned every camera feed for the last 12 hours, with no sign of Jessica.
All right. Now what then? She's not coming up anywhere.
Reed's jaw tightened. He leaned forward, placing his coffee on the console.
Now, he said, voice low and resolute, we search every single deck of this ship until we find her.
Chapter 28. Pax wandered along Deck 4 until he reached the open section where the Sapphire Horizon submarine was housed. A large retractable gantry framed the vessel, and several crew members in blue polo shirts stood nearby, inviting passengers to step inside for a guided walkthrough. There was no queue. Pax hesitated only a moment before deciding to take a look. The submersible rested on padded cradles, its hull a glossy black that reflected the surrounding lights like a mirror. The forward end featured two oval sensor housings that glowed faintly purple in standby mode. They looked eerily like eyes. Pax dismissed the thought and climbed the short metal staircase into the open hatch. Inside, the cabin was larger than he expected. Rows of curved benches lined the walls, each facing a long strip of reinforced acrylic windows that offered panoramic views once submerged. Adjustable overhead lighting glowed cool white. The ceiling was low, but the interior felt surprisingly airy, designed to seat about 20 passengers comfortably. The air smelled faintly of metal, grease, and ocean. At the front, a small cockpit housed two pilot stations, dual control yokes, digital displays, sonar readouts, and navigation screens filled the tight forward alcove. One of the pilots, a woman in her 40s with sun-lightened hair and a calm, practiced smile, was answering questions for a family when Pax approached. When she finished with them, Pax nodded toward the glowing housings on the bow. Those purple lights on the front, what are they for? The pilot glanced toward them with a hint of pride.
Ah, the eyes. They're our forward navigation sensors. The company wanted something that looked distinctive and elegant, so they gave the housings a violet glow. Makes the sub easy to spot in low visibility,
Passengers love it. Pax nodded, studying the shape of them. Yeah, looks sharp. Branding mostly, she added with a shrug. But they work like a charm. Pax thanked her and stepped back out of the hatch, returning to the main corridor. He walked through the atrium, the morning crowd buzzing around him, children darting between displays and older couples examining excursion brochures. Then he saw the poster. It was displayed on a freestanding notice board near the elevators. A full-color photograph of a beautiful woman with dark hair, brown eyes, and a mischievous smile. Her name printed in bold beneath it. Have you seen Jessica Wilson? Pax stopped, studied the face. She looked alive in the picture, vibrant, confident, free. He felt something shift inside him. She did. She made her escape. He turned from the poster, already knowing the truth as surely as if she had whispered it to him herself. Jessica Wilson had run. Chapter 29. Reed Bledsoe walked the length of Deck 7, checking cabins, speaking with stewards, and reviewing last known sightings. His frustration grew with every dead end. Jessica Wilson had a footprint on this ship. Wealthy passengers always did. And yet the trail had gone cold far too quickly. His radio crackled. "Bledsoe, this is O'Brien in the hub." Reed lifted the handset. "Go ahead." "We got a hit." Reed straightened. "You found her?" "No," O'Brien replied. "But we know who she spent last night with." Reed's pulse ticked upward. "Well done. That's great news. Any idea who it was?" "Yeah," O'Brien said. "You remember the big guy from boarding security check? The one you had us zoom in on?" Reed pictured him instantly. The tall, muscled passenger with the easy, quiet demeanor. "The war vet. That's the one." Reed started moving, picking up his pace down the corridor. "All right. See if you can locate him on the ship. I want to talk to him." "Already on it," O'Brien replied. "I'll send you his last known position." "Good," Reed said, tightening his grip on the radio. "Let's go have a chat with him." Chapter 30. The main atrium rose 11 decks high, a vast cathedral of glass, polished metal, and open space. Each level wrapped around the void in a wide balcony, giving passengers a view of the ship's interior world below. Pax stepped onto one of the walkways, heading back toward his cabin, when a flicker of movement caught his eye. He froze. 3 decks down, walking along the pavilion, was her. Jessica Wilson. Red. The woman he'd spent a night with that felt too real to forget, only to wake and find she'd vanished, with nothing but lipstick on a mirror. But she wasn't wearing the red dress now. She wore fitted blue jeans and a long-sleeved blouse. Her rich dark hair was gone, replaced with a sleek, platinum blonde cut just above her jaw. Even from here, she looked completely different, almost enough to fool someone who didn't know her. Pax leaned over the railing, heart kicking hard. He started moving immediately, walking fast, then faster. She was heading the opposite direction. Pax reached the stairs and dropped down them 3 steps at a time. 2 decks down, he raced along the next level's walkway, scanning the crowds, trying to keep her in sight. She must have sensed him. Red turned suddenly. Their eyes met across the atrium. Her transformation was impressive. Short blonde hair, different eyebrows, new clothes, the posture of a different woman entirely. For a split second, Pax questioned himself. Had he made a mistake? Then he saw it. The same spark in her gaze, the same storm behind her eyes. The same woman. He called out, "Red." She held his gaze for 1 heartbeat, 2, and then she turned and walked away. Pax swore under his breath. The stairs beside him spiraled upward, not down toward her level. He scanned left, right, hunting for another access point. Nothing close. So he made a choice. He gripped the rail, swung his legs over, and dropped down to the single deck below. He hit the carpeted walkway in a controlled roll and came up moving. Not running, but close. Fast, intent, closing the distance. She didn't hurry, but she kept moving, steady and deliberate. Pax felt the moment slipping. He pushed harder. Then, finally, he caught her arm.
"Red, just wait a minute."
She turned to face him. Her eyes were blue now, a cold ocean blue. Contacts, he realized. Her brows were shaped differently. Her makeup was subtle, but transformative. For a second, doubt flickered. Was he wrong? But no. He felt it. The same presence, the same fierceness. "Red, I can help you," he said. The woman shook her head calmly.
"I'm sorry. You must have me mistaken for somebody else."
"No," Pax said, refusing to let go. "I know who you are." She jerked her arm free.
"No, you don't. You have no idea who I am, and I have no idea who you are."
A tourist wandered closer, frowning. "Are you all right, ma'am?"
"Yeah,"
she said sharply.
"This jerk wouldn't leave me alone."
The man looked Pax up and down, bracing himself for a confrontation. But one look at Pax's size made the bravado drain from his face. "The lady said to leave her alone." Red, Jessica, walked away fast, slipping into the crowd before Pax could decide whether to chase her again. He stood there, torn, pulse hammering, not sure which direction to move. He didn't get the chance to decide. "Pax West." He turned. A broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and an authoritative presence stood behind him, badge clipped to his belt, steely brown eyes. "Yes," Pax said. The man extended a hand in a controlled, neutral gesture. "My name's Reed Bledsoe. I'm the head of security." Pax's stomach tightened. "We need to talk to you about the disappearance of Jessica Wilson." Chapter 31. Pax kept his face as neutral as he could. "I don't know anyone with that name." Reed Bledsoe didn't blink. "Don't play games with us, Mr. West. From what I hear, you're way too smart for that." "I'm not playing games," Pax said evenly. "I genuinely don't know who you're talking about." "I'll refresh your memory." Reed stepped a little closer, voice tightening. "The girl you met last night, tall, Latina, good-looking, red dress. Ring any bells?" Pax exhaled slowly. "Oh, you mean red. Like the dress?" "Yeah, or Little Red Riding Hood. Take your pick." Reed's jaw flexed. "Okay, so you do know Jessica Wilson." Pax shrugged. "She never told me her name." "What's your relationship with her?" "Nothing." Reed's tone snapped like a whip. "Listen here, asshole. We have CCTV footage of you kissing her throughout the night. Now she's missing. So you want to start talking?" "I don't know what to say," Pax replied, calm but tired. "A beautiful woman, well outside my league, came on to me last night. I had a good night. It ended in my cabin, and this morning she was gone. So, like I said, I don't have a relationship with Jessica Wilson." Reed stared at him, searching his expression for cracks. Then he gestured toward the elevators. "All right. Jessica Wilson is missing, and you're the last person we saw her with. So we're going to have to take a look in your cabin." Pax nodded. "Okay." They walked in silence through the atrium and down the quiet hallway to Pax's room. Pax stopped at the door and tapped his key card, holding it open. "You've got the wrong guy," he said, stepping back. Reed didn't answer. He stepped inside, scanning the room with a practiced eye. Pax watched him move. Methodical, controlled, checking corners, the bathroom, under the bed, behind the curtains. A basic sweep, nothing more. Reed paused. His flashlight clicked on. He stepped toward the wall beside the bed and crouched down. There, illuminated in a tight beam of white light, was a single drop of blood. Pax's heartbeat stumbled. Reed leaned closer, his expression hardening. He lifted his light toward the ceiling. The panel above Pax's bed was slightly ajar. Reed didn't hesitate. He grabbed a chair, dragged it under the panel, and climbed up. He pushed the ceiling tile aside and reached inside. A moment later, he pulled something out. A knife, covered in dried blood, wrapped tightly in a red dress. Pax felt the bottom drop out of his chest. Reed stepped off the chair slowly, never taking his eyes off Pax. "Pax West," he said, voice low and certain. "You have no idea how much trouble you're in." Chapter 32. Captain Jonathan Harwood stood on the bridge, reviewing the morning's position report, when the communications officer turned in his chair.
"Captain, call for you, the meteorologist."
Harwood's stomach tightened. He crossed the bridge and picked up the handset. Harwood speaking. The meteorologist didn't waste time. "Captain, the hurricane has turned. 180 degrees. It's heading due north now." For a moment, Harwood forgot to breathe. Due north. Straight toward their original course. The meteorologist continued, a relieved exhale audible through the line. "It's incredibly lucky you diverted 12 hours ago. If you hadn't, you'd be right in its projected path." Harwood swallowed hard. His voice came out steady. "Yes, lucky," he managed. "We saw the signs and felt a precaution was appropriate." A lie, one of many now piling on his shoulders. "Keep your course north-northeast and maintain speed," the meteorologist added. "You should stay well ahead of the storm's advance." Understood. Harwood ended the call. He set the handset down slowly, his fingers stiff. Lucky. That was what they were calling it. Luck had nothing to do with it. He turned to the forward windows. The horizon, once a calm band of blue, now showed the faintest distortion. A darker line. A distant chop. The first hint of rough seas pushed far ahead of the hurricane's reach. They were running out of time. Harwood stepped to the internal comm panel and keyed engineering. "Mike." After a moment, he heard Kincaid reply. "Yes, Captain." Harwood kept his voice measured. "We're going to need to test that theory of how much give those engines have in their specs." Chapter 33. Engine Room. Sapphire Horizon. Mike set the phone back in its cradle, exhaling hard. The captain's request already churned in his mind. Emergency speed, redline calculations, the kind of stress test that could crack a propulsion system if handled carelessly. Before he could reach for his clipboard, the phone rang again. Sharp. Immediate. His stomach turned. He answered. Kincaid. The voice that came through hit him like ice water. Smooth. Controlled. Deadly calm.
Okay, Mike. This is it. I need you to disable the Sapphire Horizon now.
Mike's throat constricted. I can't. There's a hurricane heading our way. A small, dismissive laugh crackled through the receiver.
Don't be ridiculous. The Sapphire Horizon is a modern cruise ship, equipped with stabilizers, bow thrusters, and every piece of technology money can buy. It weighs more than 250,000 tons. Are you telling me it isn't capable of riding out a little storm?
Mike gripped the handset until his knuckles whitened. Hurricanes can sink any size ship.
Listen to me, Mike.
The man's tone tightened just enough to reveal the threat beneath.
The choice is this simple. If you don't stop that ship, I'm going to kill your wife.
Mike closed his eyes, his pulse pounding so hard it shook in his ears. The engine room hummed around him, steady and powerful, unaware of the noose tightening around his neck. Every nightmare he'd had about the ship dying in a storm came flooding back. But now they twisted together with something far worse. The image of Amy, terrified, alone, waiting for him to save her. His voice came out low, rough, trembling with a fear he couldn't hide.
Please, don't do this.
The man cut him off sharply.
Disable the ship, Mike. Now.
Then the line went dead. Mike lowered the receiver slowly, his breath shuddering. He stared at the humming heart of the vessel, the engines he'd sworn to protect, the ship he loved, and felt the walls closing in. He had run out of time. Chapter 34. Pax looked at the chief of security and the small contingent of ship security arrayed behind him. They all had their shoulders squared, hands hovering near tasers, every one of them ready to take him down at the slightest twitch. He kept his hands spread, palms open, a gesture of calm even as tension coiled through the air. "You've got the wrong man," Pax said, politely. The chief of security nodded once, steady and measured. "Maybe, but right now we have a woman missing, CCTV footage of you and her spending last night together, and a knife wrapped in what appears to be her dress, hidden in your ceiling panel. I'd say at this moment you look like a man involved in whatever happened to her." Pax kept his voice even. "All the same, I'm telling you, you have it wrong. And you may be right about that." Reed's tone softened half a notch. "Mr. West, I can see you served in the armed forces. I served too. I respect that. And we both know that sometimes you just have to do what you have to do and let routine investigations take their course. Do you understand that?" Pax nodded. "That I understand." Reed gestured toward the cabin behind Pax. "We're not detectives. Our job is to apprehend you and keep everyone on this ship safe. When we get back to Miami, the detectives will handle the rest. In the meantime, this cabin has to stay locked up so forensics can do their job. What do you say?" Pax nodded. "You got to do what you have to do." "So," Reed said, holding out a pair of metal handcuffs. "You want to give me your wrists so I can put these on?" Pax looked at the cuffs, standard peerless hinged restraints, solid steel, and far too small for him. He lifted his wrists a little, turning them so Reed could see the thick cords of muscle. "Happy to oblige," Pax said. "But you won't get those on me." Reed arched an eyebrow. "Listen, I'm not a fool. A man of your size, built like a linebacker, ex-military, probably some time in special forces too, just judging by your posture, isn't going to be easy to take down. But that's what we do. We've got pepper spray, collapsible batons, tasers. If you don't come easy, you come hard. Makes no difference to me." Pax grinned, amused despite the circumstances. "No, sir. I believe you misunderstand me. I'm simply saying that those handcuffs won't fit my wrists. You'll need a pair of cable ties. They're the only thing that do the trick." Reed blinked at his wrists, then at the cuffs. "Been in trouble with the law before?" "No, sir," Pax said with a shrug. "Just big wrists." Reed gave a reluctant chuckle. "All right. O'Brien, run back to the office and grab a set of flex cuffs for Mr. West." The young officer nodded. "Yes, sir." He took off at a jog. Reed glanced back at Pax. "Sorry to make you wait. This won't take long." Pax shrugged again, unconcerned. "I believe I have some waiting time ahead of me until we get back to Miami, and forensics clears this whole thing up. I may as well get used to it." The chief grinned, unexpectedly warm. "Good man." A moment later, the chief's phone rang. "Bledsoe speaking." The man answered formally. Pax watched as the man listened to the person on the other end of the call. The chief then turned to one of his other security officers. "That was the captain. He needs me to help with something urgently in the engine room." "Understood, sir." The officer glanced at Pax. "Do you want us to bring him to the brig while you're away?" "No. Just keep him here for now and wait for me. He's a big guy with military training. We're not taking any chances with him. We're under Florida's jurisdiction here, which means the district attorney will want to push for the death penalty. If he did kill Jessica Wilson, he knows he's got nothing to lose trying to escape." The security officer nodded. "Okay, we'll keep a good eye on him until he comes back." The chief glanced at Pax, an apologetic expression on his face. "I'm sorry, Mr. West. You're going to have to wait here a little longer." Pax grinned. "No problem. You people are all wasting your time. I think the woman is fine. And the knife? It's probably not even human blood. I've been set up. But that's okay. You work through your procedures. Fine by me." Chapter 35. Engine Room, Sapphire Horizon. Mike worked fast, faster than he'd ever allowed himself to move around the beating heart of the Sapphire Horizon. His palms were slick with sweat despite the cool, conditioned air that kept the engine bay tolerable. His breath felt thin, tight, like it couldn't make it past the guilt swelling in his chest. He crouched beside the port-side propulsion assembly. The monstrous diesel-electric engine hummed with perfect precision, an engineering masterpiece he'd tended like a living creature for years. He knew every bolt, every gasket, every vibration by touch alone, and he was about to maim it. He reached into the access panel and loosened the mounting bracket on the high-pressure fuel pump. Not enough to break it outright. No, this had to be delicate, subtle, catastrophic only enough to stop the ship, but repairable within a day or two, once the nightmare was over, once Amy was safe. His fingers trembled as he made the first adjustment. 1/4 turn. Just enough to unseat it under full load, but not enough to shear the casing. He swallowed hard. This wasn't sabotage he could ever justify. Not morally. Not professionally, not as an engineer, but he wasn't being given a choice. If he didn't stop this ship, Amy would die. He moved on to the cooling line regulator, a simple bypass valve, closed normally, but if he wedged a lock pin into the wrong position. He hesitated, staring at the valve. It was a violation of everything he'd ever been, as a cadet, as an engineer, as a husband.
I'm sorry, Amy. I'm sorry, everyone.
He forced the pin into place. The system wouldn't fail immediately, but under high RPM, the engine would overheat and emergency shut down reflexively. The whole ship would go dead in the water. He felt sick. And then, there it was, the final step. The one part he'd identified last night, the idea he'd hated himself for even imagining. If he manually disabled the auxiliary override relay, the engine couldn't be restarted until it was physically replaced. A 10-hour job, at minimum. He reached up, opened the panel latch, found the relay with shaking fingers, and pulled the retention clamp. One tug, one snap, and the engine's diagnostic panel flickered. Done. Mike stepped back, breathing hard. He felt like he'd punched a hole through the hull with his bare hands. He stared at the open relay box. If they asked him to fix it right now, he could. He'd have it reassembled and recalibrated within an hour, maybe less. The door to the engine bay slammed open. Boots on metal, authority in every step. Mike froze. Captain Harwood strode in with the force of a storm at sea, his white beard bristling, his eyes blazing. Behind him came Reed Bledsoe, chief of security, hand already on his cuffs. Both men looked directly at the exposed relay and the bypassed valve. They didn't need an explanation. They'd seen exactly what he'd done.
Mike Kincaid,
the captain said, his voice thunderous.
I don't know what went wrong in that head of yours, but you've risked killing everyone on board.
Mike opened his mouth. No words came out. Because, how? How did they know to come down here? How did they know this exact moment? Reed stepped behind him and yanked Mike's wrists back. The steel snapped shut with mechanical finality. Mike didn't resist. He barely breathed as guilt and confusion warred inside him. He expected, needed the captain to shout at him to start fixing it immediately, to undo the damage, to save the ship. But the captain didn't say a word about repairs. Not a single order. Not even a glance toward the exposed machinery. Instead, he stared at Mike, coldly, almost accusingly. And in the ringing silence, one question drowned out all the others in Mike's mind. Why weren't they telling him to fix it? Chapter 36. Pax braced himself against the wall as the sapphire horizon lurched hard to starboard, the deck rolling beneath his feet like a living thing trying to shake him off. He grabbed the edge of the small desk to steady himself, instincts firing. This wasn't normal ship motion, not even close. Then came the silence. The deep, steady, heartbeat thrum of the engines, which he hadn't even realized he'd grown used to, were gone. The ship drifted. Without propulsion, without water flowing cleanly over the stabilizers, the giant vessel began to sway like a pendulum, first on a slow roll, then sharper, deeper. Cabinets rattled. His faux porthole screen flickered, as if even the digital ocean outside was unsteady. How close was the storm? He thought about the hurricane alert from the previous day. It had been heading south then, but hurricanes changed direction all the time. If it had turned north, this wasn't just turbulence. This was the beginning of something very, very bad. 15 minutes later, heavy boot falls echoed through the corridor, and the door burst open. Reed Bledsoe and 2 officers entered, all 3 visibly shaken by more than just the swaying ship. Reed's usually steady features were tight with frustration and worry. Pax watched the exchange as the security team huddled together. Their voices were low, but urgent. "Looks like an incident in the engine room. Both main engines are offline. No propulsion. Storm strengthening." Reed rubbed his jaw. Eyes narrowed. "We're dead in the water. Literal sitting duck. Lock down the entire ship. Passengers stay in cabins. Tell them to put on life jackets just in case. We don't need panic, we need control." One of the officers hesitated. "What about the big guy?" Reed looked at Pax and exhaled sharply. "Right. Let's get him to the brig before this storm really takes hold." Pax raised his hands slightly. He wasn't resisting. He'd told them that already. He had nothing to hide. But the ship gave another sharp roll, nearly knocking everyone sideways. The chief pulled a pair of industrial-grade cable ties from his belt, the only thing big enough to fit Pax's thick wrists, and cinched them tight. Pax held still as they clicked firmly into place. Outside the cabin, the hallway lights flickered as the ship rocked again, harder this time. The floor tilted under Pax's feet like the deck of a small sailboat on bad seas, not a 250,000-ton ocean liner. They started walking toward the elevators. Reed's radio crackled. He pressed it to his ear. "Bledsoe." A voice on the other end said something Pax couldn't hear, but he saw the exact moment the chief's expression stretched into disbelief. Reed stopped walking. "What do you mean a helicopter wants to land?" The ship groaned around them as another wave slammed into the hull, but even the storm suddenly felt secondary. Pax straightened. A helicopter? In a hurricane? Trying to land on a powerless, rocking cruise ship? Nothing about that made sense, and everything about it felt like trouble. Chapter 37. Reed Bledsoe didn't like what he was hearing. It was the first officer, Adams, from the bridge. "There's a helicopter coming to land." "What?" Reed frowned. "Did you tell them the Sapphire Horizon's going into lockdown to survive this storm?" "It's Jessica Wilson's husband." "Here?" "Yes. We told him it was better if he stayed in Miami and waited for the Sapphire Horizon to return, but he wouldn't take no for an answer." "Refuse him landing authority." "We tried, but the pilot said they don't have enough fuel to get back. It was a one-way ticket." "All right, let them land." Bledsoe shook his head. What a fucking mess. First a hurricane. Then the chief engineer goes crazy and disables the ship right in its path. And now their missing passenger, whose family were so rich they wouldn't accept staying away while they looked for her, had decided to fly out to join their incapacitated ship. They would all be lucky to be alive in the morning. Pax said, "Did I hear Jessica Wilson's husband has just landed here?" Reed shook his head. He knew he shouldn't tell the man anything, but sometimes it was easier just to tell the truth. "Yeah, he's such a concerned husband, he flew straight out here as soon as he heard Jessica Wilson was missing. You have to keep him away from her," Pax said, and Reed noticed his body tensing up for the first time since he'd been arrested. "Why?" Pax said, "Her husband's the one she's trying to run from." "It's a possibility. Plenty of women want to leave their husbands. So you think she wants a divorce, is that it?" "No, she wants to escape. Apparently her husband's one of those people that won't take no for an answer. She says he'll keep hunting her down until she's dead. Reed frowned. It was quite an accusation, but it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Then again, neither was the chance that Pax happened to be a cold-blooded killer, and he'd already murdered Jessica Wilson, and he was just buying time until he could escape before her body was found. Did she tell you this, did she? Yes. Reed met Pax's piercing green eyes. There was honesty behind those eyes. Not a hint of betrayal or lying. When he was younger, Reed might have even been willing to bet money on it. Pax West was a good man. The sort of man who'd probably signed up with the Marines right after 9/11 to defend his nation. It's what he saw, and what he wanted to believe. But nearly 30 years working in policing and crime prevention, and Reed knew his own limitations. Most people struggle to lie. But every now and again you meet a person who is simply unreadable, the sort of man who might have won an Oscar had they chosen to pursue a different sort of path. He looked at Pax and said, "You might be telling the truth, or you may just be the best damned liar I've ever met." "It's a possibility," Pax agreed. Reed pressed his lips together. "So, what sort of man are you?" Chapter 38. Pax stepped out onto the main promenade, wrists bound with the thick plastic cable ties that Reed Bledsoe thought would hold him. The security team flanked him on both sides, a tight escort, glancing at him the way handlers watched a sedated tiger, aware the calm might only last a moment. The ship rolled again under their feet, sending a vibration through the deck plating. Without engine thrust, the sapphire horizon felt unbalanced, alive in all the wrong ways. Then Pax froze. Jessica Wilson, red, stood 2 decks below, gripping the railing. Her hair was now platinum blonde, cut short, but her eyes were unmistakable. She was staring straight at him. He saw her lips form the words clearly, even from that distance. "Help me." Something hot flickered in his chest. The nearest security guard started to say something, but Pax had already twisted his wrists. He flexed once, then twice more, and the cable ties snapped like brittle twigs. He told them cable ties were the only thing that fit his wrists. He hadn't told them he could break them with a shrug. "Hey!" one of the guards shouted. Pax slammed his shoulder into the man beside him, sending him stumbling backward. Then he pivoted, gripped the railing, and vaulted cleanly over it, 2 decks down. He dropped like a stone, landed in a crouch that rattled the bones in his legs, pushed off again, and jumped to the next deck in one fluid motion. The shouts above him intensified. "Security, stop him! Get to the stairwell, move!" There was no chance they'd follow him over the railings, not without breaking every bone they owned. They had to run the long way around. Red, Jessica, was already sprinting toward a service door. She swiped a staff keycard that she definitely wasn't supposed to have. The lock clicked. She threw the door open. "Pax, here." He dived inside. She slammed the door behind him and threw 3 deadbolts, then dragged a heavy coil of marine rope from a rack and jammed it through the handles, for good measure. A second later, the pounding began on the other side. "Security, open the door!" Pax spun, breathing hard, and looked at her. They were in a narrow maintenance corridor running behind the passenger decks, a world of steel pipes, humming electrical conduits, and dim emergency lights. Restricted access. He had 1,000 questions ready. How did she get that card? Why did she fake her disappearance? But he didn't get a single word out. Jessica grabbed him by the shirt and kissed him. Hard. It was frantic, desperate. The kind of kiss someone gives when they think they have minutes left to live. Pax kissed her back, letting instinct override everything else. But the banging on the door snapped him back. Red. Jessica. What's happening? Her eyes were wide with raw terror.
Pax, my husband's flown here, she whispered, voice shaking. He's on this ship, right now. You need to save me.
Pax shook his head, almost laughing at the absurdity. Save you? I'm wanted for murder. I can't even save myself. Her hands gripped his chest, trembling. Behind them, the door rattled under the weight of fists and shoulders. Her eyes widened.
Pax, he's going to kill me.
Chapter 39. Pax followed Jessica at a dead run, his boots hammering along the narrow steel flooring of the ship's maintenance passageways. These were the arteries of the sapphire horizon that guests never saw, utilitarian corridors of exposed wiring, pipe runs, storage compartments, and crew-only doors. The air felt tighter here, sharper, vibrating with the deep groan of the ship laboring against worsening seas. They sprinted past startled maintenance staff. A pair of electricians stood on ladders repairing an overhead panel. A housekeeper pushing a cart plastered herself to the wall as they flew by. An engineer carrying a toolkit shouted something after them, but the words were swallowed by the thundering vibration running through the ship's frame. The whole corridor lurched. Pax braced his hand against the bulkhead as the sapphire horizon rolled hard to port. Without propulsion, the stabilizers were useless, and the storm was beginning to pound them like a toy boat. Somewhere overhead, a tray of dishes crashed and shattered. Jessica didn't slow.
Come on,
she said breathlessly, vaulting over a coiled hose and barreling through a watertight door. Pax kept pace easily, though every turn, every unexpected shift of the ship's weight sent a jolt through his stance. The place felt alive in the worst way, trembling, straining, creaking as the storm battered it from below. Jessica pushed through another door, and suddenly they were outside again. Cold rain and salt spray slapped Pax in the face. The wind roared, tearing at clothing. The ship's deck heaved underfoot, the horizon pitching and dropping like a beast in its death throes.
There,
Jessica shouted over the storm, pointing toward the stern. Pax followed her gaze. A helicopter sat on the helipad, big, polished, unmistakably expensive. A Sikorsky S-92, painted a deep corporate navy. 2 crew members fought with straps, bolting it to the deck in the rising wind. The pilot and a thick-built man who could only be one of her husband's enforcers. Pax stared at it, incredulous. He flew out here in a storm to catch you? Jessica's laugh was breathless, jagged with fear.
I told you my husband wouldn't let me escape.
Lightning flashed somewhere in the iron-gray distance, and Pax saw her trembling. Jessica pointed again, voice cracking.
There's our helicopter.
As in, the one we're taking? Pax asked.
Yes.
Pax wiped rain from his eyes. If we can get to it, I can fly us out of here. Her head snapped toward him.
You're kidding.
No, I can fly. Her eyes widened a fraction.
You are a man of many talents.
Not all of them good, Pax muttered.
The pilot and one of my husband's thugs are guarding it, she said. But once they finish tying it down, they might go inside. I'm hoping they'll leave it alone until he gets aboard.
Pax scanned the deck. We're too exposed out here. We need somewhere to hide.
I know the perfect place, Jessica said. Come on.
They ducked back into the storm-lashed passageway. Jessica led them quickly, doubling through a series of turns Pax never would have guessed. Another violent roll knocked them into a wall, but she recovered without losing momentum. Finally, she stopped at an ornate door. noticeably more luxurious than anything else they'd passed in these staff corridors. She pulled out a keycard, her hand shaking slightly from adrenaline, and swiped it. A soft chime. The door unlocked. Jessica pushed it open.
"Welcome,"
she said breathlessly.
"to the loft."
Chapter 40. Pax stepped farther into the loft, his boots sinking into carpet so soft it felt like walking on cloud foam. He paused and took it in with a slow, stunned sweep of his eyes. It didn't look like a cruise ship suite. It looked like a Manhattan penthouse had been carved out of glass and steel and set atop a floating city. 2 full stories stretched upward in a sweeping, open-plan design. A curved spiral staircase of black steel and glass twisted elegantly to the upper gallery. Floor-to-ceiling windows, an unbroken wall of shimmering glass, wrapped the forward half of the apartment. Even with the storm darkening the world outside, the view was breathtaking. Waves rose and fell like mountains, the horizon pitching violently as the ship fought the sea. A sleek grand piano sat near the glass, polished black and glimmering faintly in the stormlight. A modern fireplace, recessed into white marble, flickered with low flames despite the ship's rocking. Art pieces hung on the walls, abstracts, sharp and expensive, the sort that only made sense if you had wealth to burn. Pax exhaled softly. This looks nice. But won't someone see us? Jessica locked the door behind them and shook her head.
"No, it's one-way glass. Nobody can see in."
He walked to the window and pressed his palm to it. Rain streaked down the outside, but from here the world looked like a private IMAX screen. Won't security know to come looking for you here? Pax asked.
"Maybe," she admitted. "But we're safer in the loft than anywhere else on the ship."
Pax turned. What makes you so sure? Jessica crossed her arms, her voice dropping.
"My husband owns the loft. He brought in his own construction team and security specialists to build the interior from scratch."
Pax frowned. What exactly are you saying?
"There are safe rooms hidden behind these walls," she said. "Reinforced steel. Panic room grade. And there are 2 hidden passages that run behind the cabin walls and link to staff corridors. He had the place designed to withstand attacks."
Pax arched a brow. Attacks? Jessica didn't flinch.
"My husband has enemies. This was his sanctuary."
Pax gave a low, thoughtful whistle. Interesting. He walked a slow lap around the lower deck of the suite. Marble counters, designer furniture bolted to the floor in case of storms. The place was obscene, exactly the sort of opulence that made people powerful and dangerous in the same breath. We can wait here, Pax said, until it's safe to make a move for the helicopter. Jessica nodded.
"Agreed. Once the pilot and guard move, we go."
Before Pax could answer, his phone buzzed. He blinked in surprise, then realized the security officers had never dared to search him. Too intimidated. Useful mistake. He checked the caller ID. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. A grin spread slowly across Pax's face. He swiped to answer. He leaned casually against the railing overlooking the lower level, the storm thrumming against the glass behind him. Pax grinned. Hello, Detective Ratcliffe. Chapter 41. Pax stepped away from the window, holding the phone tight to his ear. He knew that voice instantly. Gravelly, tired, edged with a cop's suspicion baked in over decades. Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. The man had once arrested him for a murder he didn't commit, broken protocol in ways that should have cost him his badge, and then, when the truth came out, became one of the only people Pax trusted to tell him hard truths. Ratcliffe wasn't moral, but he was honest, and that counted for something. "Pax, is this a good time?" Ratcliffe asked. Pax glanced around the loft. Jessica Wilson, standing near the staircase, breathing hard from the sprint through the ship. The storm shaking the glass. Security, one level down, hunting for him. A hurricane bearing down on the sapphire horizon. "Not really," Pax admitted. "What's up?" On the other end of the line, Ratcliffe took a breath. "I just called to let you know. I found him." Pax stopped moving. "Who?" "The ghost," Ratcliffe said. "Your brother." Pax's stomach tightened. His brother. The sibling he never knew he had. The man Ratcliffe had once described as a specter. Nothing in the system. No fingerprints. No birth record. Just blurry CCTV of a man who looked disturbingly like Pax moving through Portland like smoke. Pax swallowed hard. "Where?" "Philadelphia," Ratcliffe said. "I don't have a name or an address. He's still a ghost. There's nothing on him but a few camera hits at transit stations. But he's there, or was, very recently." Pax leaned against the piano, gripping the polished edge with his free hand. A whirl of emotions hit him at once. Curiosity, fear, hope. If he could find his brother, maybe he could find out where he came from. Why he was the way he was. Maybe the answers he'd been searching for his entire life were walking around Philadelphia. Ratcliffe continued. "If you want my advice, if you really want to know who he is, go there yourself. Follow your instincts." Pax nodded slowly. "Yeah. Thanks. I'll do that as soon as I get off this cruise." "Oh, right," Ratcliffe said dryly. "You won some kind of raffle. Caribbean vacation. How is it?" Pax gave a humorless laugh. "I don't think it's my thing." "I could have told you that," Ratcliffe replied. "Well, at least you tried it." Pax looked through the glass wall at the storm thrashing the Atlantic. Tried it was one way to put it. "Listen," Pax said softly. "I have to go. But thank you. I really appreciate you telling me about my brother." "Pax?" Ratcliffe said, voice softening in a way Pax rarely heard. "Yeah. Be careful." Pax hung up. Chapter 42. Pax slipped his phone back into his pocket and turned toward her. Jessica stood at the base of the spiral staircase, arms folded, posture coiled tight with fear and adrenaline. "So," Pax said quietly, "do I call you Red or Jessica?"
"Jess is fine,"
she replied, flat, emotionless. A wall was coming up between them. He could feel it. "Okay, Jess." He stepped closer. "What do you want to do?"
"There's an island nearby," she said. "If you can fly me there, I can still make my rendezvous with the local fishermen and escape."
"In this weather?" Pax asked, eyebrows lifting toward the storm-racked glass wall.
"No,"
Jess admitted.
"He won't come out in this. But the island has high ground and a cave system. I can hide there until the hurricane passes."
Pax studied her face. "This, the cave your husband used to use for human trafficking?"
"Yes,"
she said, without flinching.
"But it hasn't been used for years."
"Won't he know about it?" Pax asked. Jess shook her head quickly.
My husband isn't the type to get his hands dirty. You know what I mean?
Not really, Pax said honestly.
I mean he's squeaky clean. A lawyer with a shiny reputation. On paper, he's a saint. He has workers, contractors, enforcers. People who do all the illegal things so he doesn't have to.
And he doesn't know about the cave.
No,
she said firmly.
He never knew the details. He didn't want to.
Pax nodded slowly. Okay, I can take you there. Her eyes softened, just a fraction.
Thank you.
What's this cave like? Pax asked.
It's a long sea tunnel that cuts straight through the island,
she explained.
Branches everywhere, almost like a rabbit warren. Both entrances have booby traps wired to rock falls. So if one group betrays the other, either side can block the whole system and escape out the opposite end.
Lovely, Pax muttered. What's the name of the place? Jess fixed him with a sharp look.
It doesn't have a name, and if it did, I wouldn't share it with you.
Fair enough, Pax shrugged. I'll drop you there if that's what you want, and then I'll wish you all the luck in the world with your new life. Jess held his gaze. Something flickered in her expression. Gratitude, sadness, regret, maybe all three.
Hey,
she said softly.
I really appreciate this. I mean it. I may have picked you out of the crowd for your size and obvious military background, but that night we spent together, it was fun. I needed it.
She stepped closer.
Thank you. No regrets?
Pax shook his head. None. I had a great time, too. Before she could say more, a metallic rattle sounded at the entrance. A heavy thud followed, then another. Jess's eyes widened with raw fear. She swallowed.
That's my husband.
Another louder impact struck the door. Jess grabbed Pax's wrist.
We've got to go.
Chapter 43. Jess started to the marble fireplace and wrapped her fingers around an ornate, antique vase perched on the mantel. She yanked it downward with practiced confidence. The entire fireplace pivoted, silent as a vault door. Behind it, a narrow steel staircase spiraled downward into the ship's hidden guts. Pax blinked. Well, that's subtle.
Come on,
Jess hissed. They slipped inside. The fireplace spun shut behind them, sealing off the roar of the storm and the pounding at the loft's door. The hidden staircase was tight, industrial, the kind meant for crew, not the pampered residents of the ship's most luxurious suite. They moved fast. Metal clanged beneath their feet as they descended to deck 11. At the bottom, Jess reached into a concealed compartment in the wall and pulled out a second keycard. She shoved it into Pax's hand. What is it? He asked.
A master access card,
she said, breathing hard.
This will get you into almost any door on the ship.
They give those to people who buy cabins here? Pax asked, stunned. Jess managed a humorless smile.
No. They give these to people who buy ultra-expensive cabins, like the loft, and to the people who build them.
Pax pocketed it, and they pushed out onto deck 11. The ship was a nightmare. The storm was in full fury, rain slashing sideways in sheets so thick they felt like needles. The sapphire horizon was in complete lockdown. Metal shutters were sealed over most exterior doors, warning alarms flashing red along the bulkheads. The anchors were down, and without propulsion, the vessel pitched and rolled like a wild animal trying to break free of invisible chains. The power had failed. Most lights were out, leaving the deck bathed only in emergency glow strips and intermittent lightning. The ship felt alive, furious, terrified. They crouched low behind a metal crate bolted to the deck, catching their breath for a precious second. Pax scanned the walkway ahead. 2 figures emerged through the rain. Security. One of them was unmistakably Reed Bledsoe, broad-shouldered, fast despite his age, pistol drawn in one hand and radio in the other. "Crap," Pax muttered. He glanced behind them for another route. Jess yanked him down just as a gunshot cracked through the storm. The bullet sparked off the railing inches above where Pax's head had been. Jess's voice was a desperate whisper.
"That's my husband."
Another shot rang out, closer this time.
"We've got to go,"
Jess shouted over the storm. Pax didn't hesitate. He grabbed Jess's hand, surged to his feet, and ran. Chapter 44. Indoor Ski Run, Sapphire Horizon. They were trapped. Ahead, Reed Bledsoe and 2 officers swept the deck with flashlights and drawn weapons. Behind, Jess's husband fired again, the bullet ricocheting off a steel beam in a bright, angry spark. Pax scanned his surroundings, fast. Only one option. The indoor ski run. He met Jess's eyes. She was soaked, terrified, and unflinchingly game. Pax jerked his chin toward the entrance. She nodded. They bolted inside. The moment the door swung shut behind them, the storm noise dulled into a distant roar. The ski run was pitch dark, except for faint blue emergency strips glowing along the walls. Without power, the tunnel looked like a frozen cave, shadows bending weirdly over the faux snow. Pax moved quickly, grabbing ski boots off the rental rack. Jess did the same, hands shaking, but fast. The darkness magnified every breath, every whisper of metal in the distance. Pax slung his regular shoes over his shoulder by the laces and clicked into a set of skis. A gunshot cracked behind them. Jess's husband had followed. Ice exploded in a spray across the top of the slope. "Go!" Pax barked. They pushed off together. The skis hissed across the artificial snow, momentum building instantly. The tunnel curved downward, twisting through a refrigerated chute that dropped deck after deck. Emergency lights from somewhere in the infrastructure flickered like a bad horror movie. Ahead, 2 silhouettes appeared. Security officers. "Stop! Freeze!" one shouted. Neither Jess nor Pax even considered it. The ski run had speed on its side. By the time the officers stepped forward, Pax and Jess were already streaking past them. Another gunshot. Then a second. Rounds slammed into the ice, splintering it into crystalline shards that bounced across Pax's boots. At the sharp zigzag section, Jess cut hard into the corner and disappeared below the lip of the tunnel. Pax followed, riding the slope like a slalom course he'd mastered years ago. His weight pushed him faster and faster, the icy air clawing at his skin. They burst into the mogul field. Jess bent low, weaving through them. Pax didn't weave. He launched. The jump catapulted him upward. For a moment he was weightless, a dark silhouette suspended above the glowing blue strips. Then, crash. He landed heavily on the deck above the exit tunnel, the skis slamming onto polished wooden flooring. His boots slid out, the edges scraping as he caught his balance. Below him, Jess shot out of the tunnel and disappeared into the darkness of the ice rink area. Pax glanced down one last time, watching her vanish into shadow. She was fast, smart. He trusted her to make it. Security voices snapped his attention back. "There! On the deck above! Pax West! Stop!" He didn't look. He bolted toward the forward end of the ship, skis clattering behind him, the floor rocking beneath his feet as the sapphire horizon groaned against the storm. Chapter 45. Pax burst into the observation promenade, one of the widest open-view lounges on the ship, a sweeping semicircular space wrapped in massive, pressure-rated portholes that gave passengers an uninterrupted panorama of the sea. Now it was deserted, dark except for the dim red glow of emergency lights. The storm howled on the other side of the glass, rain blasting the windows hard enough to sound like gravel. The ship rolled again, and the carpeted floor pitched beneath his feet. Pax steadied himself against one of the bolted-down lounge tables. His breath fogged in the cold air. Behind him there were more footsteps. Security. He turned. Reed Bledsoe and a team of 4 officers fanned out along the upper mezzanine of the lounge, forming a slow, tightening circle. Their silhouettes were sharp against the flashes of lightning outside. "Pax West," Reed called, out of breath but controlled. "This ends here." Pax spread his hands slightly, taking in the room. "You're making a big mistake." "Save it," Reed said. "Hands where I can see them. We're done running." Pax took a step back. That was when he heard it. A deep, bone-shaking roar. Not thunder, not engines. A wave. A big one. He turned toward the glass. Too late. A mountain of green waters smashed into the side of the ship. The porthole nearest Pax exploded inward, not shattered, caved. Water burst through the opening like a waterfall unleashed from the heavens. A solid wall of sea slammed into Pax's chest and knocked him backward, off his feet. Security never stood a chance. The surge hit them like a freight train. Their legs kicked out, arms flailing, sliding helplessly down the grand staircase that curved through the center of the observation lounge. Their radios and flashlights scattered like toys as the wave carried them in a violent rush. Pax grabbed blindly, hands scraping metal, until he found a jutting edge of the broken porthole frame. He held on with everything he had as the sea water poured over him, pounding his face, filling his nose and ears. The ship rolled again, throwing his weight sideways. Then the deluge slowed. The ship leveled, and Pax dragged himself higher, wedging his shoulder into the window's steel lip. 1 breath. 2. Then he pulled himself through the broken porthole and out into open air. The window-washing cart sat just below him on its metal rails, swaying dangerously as the ship pitched. Pax dropped onto it, boots skidding on wet steel. He grabbed the railing just as another wave surged up the hull, swallowing him to the waist. The cart lurched. Pax's grip nearly slipped. He stared down. A churning black sea waited beneath him. Not again. Not the Caribbean. Not floating helplessly like he had in the future he'd already glimpsed. He snarled, dragging himself up hand over hand until he was back on the cart's main platform. He clambered along the maintenance rail, moving sideways along the exterior of the ship. The wind tore at him. Rain blinded him. Another wave slammed the hull so hard the entire world lurched, but Pax held. 50 feet later he spotted another porthole, shattered inward, jagged and dark. He hauled himself toward it, braced his boots against the slick metal, and shoved himself through the opening into the ship. His boots hit carpet. He straightened and froze. A taser pressed firmly against his chest. He didn't need to see the face. He recognized the voice immediately. "Sorry, Pax," Reed Bledsoe said, breath steadying. "I can't let you go." Pax opened his mouth, and the world turned white. His muscles seized violently, every nerve screaming at once. His legs buckled. The ship spun. The storm vanished into a tunnel of collapsing black. Then, nothing but darkness. Chapter 46. Mike sat hunched on the narrow steel bench, the brig groaning around him with every violent roll of the sapphire horizon. He ran a hand over his face, still wet with seawater and sweat, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. No guards were watching. Everyone had bigger problems now. He opened the screen, tapped the Find My app, and waited for it to load. He expected to see Amy's phone pinging at their apartment in Miami, exactly where he assumed she'd dropped it during the chaos of her abduction. But then the icon moved. The dot flickered once, recalculated, and jumped into the middle of the map. Mike frowned. The Caribbean Sea? That made no sense. He zoomed in, the map tightening, coordinates adjusting. The little green circle pulsed again, closer this time. Then he saw it. The GPS coordinates matched the sapphire horizon's current position almost exactly. What the hell? Mike whispered. He zoomed again, refining the view. The icon hovered directly over the ship's current AIS broadcast location, as if Amy's phone was right here on board, as if she had arrived on the helicopter. Cold fear clawed at his stomach. She's here. Someone brought her here. Which meant only one of two people were responsible: the pilot or that missing woman's husband. Before he could think further, the brig doors slid open with a metallic rattle. Mike looked up. Reed Bledsoe filled the doorway, flanked by 4 security officers. Together they struggled under the weight of a large, unconscious man slumped between them, a man built like a brick wall, arms thick as cables, head lolling. It took all 4 officers to maneuver him. They shoved the big guy into the brig. Reed locked eyes with Mike for a moment. Unreadable. Mike stood abruptly. "Oh, no, you don't. You are not leaving me locked in here with that man." Reed's expression hardened. "Sorry, Mike. You should have thought about that before you disabled the engines and stranded us in the path of a hurricane." Mike shook his head desperately. "Reed, please. You have to believe me. My wife was in danger. They made me do it." "Who made you do it?" "I don't know," Mike said, voice cracking. "He spoke with an inland northwest accent, Idaho maybe. And I'm certain he came in on that helicopter because my wife's phone," he gestured at the device, "which was showing at our apartment in Miami, suddenly started tracking on board the moment that helicopter landed." Reed's eyebrows drew together. "You think Jessica Wilson's husband is responsible?" "Yes. Maybe. I don't know," Mike admitted. "But whoever arrived on that helicopter has my wife. I'm sure of it." Reed exhaled, considering him. "All right. I believe you, Mike. But a lot of people won't." He nodded to the other guards. They shifted, impatient, ready to leave. "When the storm passes," Reed continued, "I'll come back with the captain and we'll sort something out." "No!" Mike grabbed the bars. "Not the captain. He's in on this. I'm sure of it." Reed blinked. "That's absurd. Why would he be involved?" Mike stepped closer, eyes burning with fear and certainty. "Think about it. How did he know I was about to sabotage the engines? He had time to call you and catch me in the act. And afterward, why didn't he ask how I planned to fix them? Or even what I damaged? He just accepted that the ship was dead in the water, accepted that we'd be sitting ducks in front of a hurricane. No questions, no panic. Nothing." Reed stared at him, troubled. A moment later, there was gunfire upstairs. Sharp cracks echoed through the hallway outside the brig, cutting through the steel in the storm like knives. Mike flinched. "What's happening? Who's shooting?" Reed stepped back, urgency flaring across his face.
I have to go. Read, Mike shouted. But the head of security was already pulling the door closed. It slammed shut. The lock clanked home. Mike was left alone with the big guy and the pounding of the storm and the sickening realization that the captain wasn't the only one lying. Chapter 47. Brig, Sapphire Horizon. Pax woke up slowly. A dull, throbbing ache pulsing behind his eyes. His skull felt packed with cotton. His limbs felt heavy. His thoughts swam hazily in and out of focus. Right. Taser, he remembered groggily. That explained the lingering tremor in his muscles. He shifted, wincing, and pushed himself upright. Cold steel pressed against his palms. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant and machinery, and beneath that, the unmistakable brine of seawater pressing against bulkheads. The brig. It was a single compartment, about the size of a cargo container. The walls were thick, welded steel. The floor was grated metal, bolted to the hull. A narrow bench ran along one side. The opposite wall held a single round porthole, 18 inches across, its thick glass staring into murky, green-black water. Every few seconds a wave slapped the hull, and water surged past the glass in a violent blur. The storm outside was getting worse. A heavy sliding door of reinforced bars sealed them in. Reed Bledsoe and his team must have locked it before racing off to deal with more urgent problems. Judging by the absence of guards and the ship groaning under their feet, security had bigger issues now than watching their newest prisoner. Pax touched the side of his head, feeling dried sweat and the faint ache of lingering electricity. He took a breath, letting the fog clear. A movement in the corner caught his eye. Another man sat on the opposite end of the bench, his back straight, shoulders stiff. He wore the chief engineer's uniform, crisp white jacket with purple-bordered epaulettes, each marked with 4 gold stripes and a small propeller insignia. Even rumpled and soaked from the storm, it radiated authority. His brown hair was plastered to his forehead. His pale blue eyes were haunted. Grease smudged the cuff of one sleeve. Pax recognized him instantly. Mike Kincaid, the one responsible for killing the engines. The reason the ship had lost propulsion. The reason they were now a helpless target in the path of a hurricane. Pax rubbed his aching jaw and let out a dry laugh. Well, he said, voice gravelly from the taser's aftermath. Looks like we're roommates. The engineer looked up, startled. Pax extended a hand halfway, then settled for leaning back against the cold steel wall. I'm Pax West, he said with a grin. And you must be the chief engineer who disabled the Sapphire Horizon's engines, leaving us stranded right in the path of a hurricane. Mike winced. Shame flickered across his face. Pax nodded toward the shaking porthole. I'm guessing you've got one hell of a story to tell. Chapter 48. Pax leaned back against the cold steel wall, rubbing the last of the taser ache from his shoulder as Mike finished explaining the entire insane chain of events. The hurricane, the sabotage, the phone location, the helicopter, the inland accent, the captain's suspicious behavior. Pax let out a slow breath. Hold up, he said. You said the guy on the phone had, what, an Idaho sort of accent? Mike nodded. Yeah, inland northwest.
Eastern Washington bleeding into Idaho. You only catch it if you've lived there. Pax's eyes narrowed. Jessica Wilson told me she grew up in Idaho. She used to ski there, Sun Valley. She was proud of it. Mike blinked, confused. Okay, so? So it must be her husband, Pax said. The guy you heard. He's here. He flew in on that helicopter. Mike's face went pale. Hang on. That makes him the one behind everything. The product or whatever he was moving, none of that mattered. The important thing was her. The reason they risked everything. Pax agreed grimly. They didn't come for drugs or contraband or some secret shipment. They came to get Jessica back. He knew she'd escaped, and he wasn't going to let that happen. Mike swallowed hard. So now we know Jessica's husband is behind this. That's really bad. Yeah, Pax said. Really bad. Mike frowned. Why? Doesn't that mean the security team can capture him as soon as we get out of here? Pax shook his head. It's not that simple. Jessica's husband didn't come alone. He's got his own security detail. Real operators, not rent-a-cops. And they're armed. If he's responsible and he figures out you and I are the only two who know the truth. Pax's jaw clenched. He'll try to kill us before this storm ends. Mike stared at the porthole, where dark water surged past with every violent roll of the ship. We have to escape, Mike whispered. Pax gave a soft, humorless laugh. Sounds great, but in general, brigs aren't the easiest places to get out of. Chapter 49. Pax tested every inch of the brig for a weakness. Door, solid steel, manual crank on the outside. Impossible to reach from inside. Hinges, internal, reinforced, no give. Walls, welded plates bolted directly to the ship's frame. Ventilation, too narrow to squeeze through. Porthole, thick glass, barely above the waterline, strong enough to resist most waves. No obvious way out. He exhaled slowly. Damn. Mike watched him pace. Anything? Nothing, Pax muttered, still studying the porthole. They built this place to hold drunk passengers, not killers, but they didn't skimp on the structure. The ship groaned, deep, metallic, like its spine was shifting. Another wave slammed the hull hard enough to rattle the bars. Mike's eyes widened. That didn't sound good. Pax opened his mouth to answer, when something huge loomed out of the swirling green beyond the porthole. A dark shape, hull-like. A broken lifeboat or tender hurled by the storm. It hit the porthole full force. The glass exploded inward, shredding into glittering shards as seawater blasted through the opening with the force of a fire hydrant. The wave struck Pax and Mike like a fist, throwing them against the back wall. The water hit so cold it felt like knives. Mike sputtered, "We're going to drown!" Pax wiped his eyes, grabbed hold of a bolted-down bench to steady himself, and shouted back over the roar of flooding water. "There's a good chance you're right, or—" He pointed toward the rising torrent. "This might be our miracle." Because water meant pressure. Pressure meant force. Force meant movement where none was possible before. They lunged toward the cell door crank, now half submerged. Pax wrapped his hands around the bars and tried to force the mechanism. Mike pushed beside him. Nothing. The mechanism was jammed. Or the pressure outside the door was too great. Water rose fast, up to Pax's waist in seconds. The room tilted. Lights flickered. The storm howled through the broken porthole like a living thing. "Keep trying," Pax shouted. They hammered, wrenched, shoved. The door did not move. Water climbed to their chests. Mike gasped, "It's no use." Pax looked up at the ceiling. Emergency panels. Thin composite. Not meant to hold weight, but not built to survive a hurricane's flooding either. "Help me up," he ordered. Mike braced against the bench while Pax climbed onto his shoulders. The water was now up to Mike's neck. He could barely keep his footing. Pax pressed his palms to the low ceiling, forcing himself upward until he was flat on his back, body floating just beneath the surface. Only a pocket of air remained along the ceiling. "Pax, hurry!" Mike choked, treading water under him. Pax sucked one final lungful of air, let himself float upward, and braced his boots against the ceiling. The water lifted him, pressing him against it. He kicked. The first impact rattled the panels, but didn't break them. He kicked again, harder. The third kick tore a seam. A crack spidered across the panel. He kicked a fourth time with everything he had. Crack! The panel gave way, swinging loose like a hatch. Pax surged upward through the opening, pulling himself into a cramped maintenance crawl space. He grabbed Mike's arm the moment it appeared and hauled him up with raw desperation. Both men collapsed into the crawl space as the brig below them filled completely, swirling black water churning in the space they had escaped by seconds. Pax wiped water from his eyes, catching his breath. "Well," he rasped, "that's one way out." Mike coughed violently, then looked at him with a mixture of relief and terror. "Pax, please tell me you have a plan." Pax glanced down the narrow crawl space, the ship groaning around them, the storm shaking every rivet in the hull. He grinned faintly. "For the first time today. Yeah, I might." Chapter 50. The wind on the helipad howled like a living animal, spray ripping sideways across the deck as Pax and Mike climbed toward the Sikorsky S-92. The ship pitched under their feet, but Pax kept moving, driven by momentum and instinct. They reached the cabin door. Pax yanked it open and pulled himself into the cockpit. The interior was dim, silent except for the shriek of the storm outside. The instrument panel glowed faintly on backup power, rows of digital multifunction displays, engine gauges, navigation screens, and the twin collective levers between the seats. The center console was a forest of switches, toggles, and guarded buttons. The overhead panel housed the battery master, fuel pumps, fire suppression, and avionics breakers. Pax slid into the pilot seat, muscle memory taking over. He reached up and flipped the master battery switch. A soft whine filled the cabin. The displays blinked awake. Systems scrolled their startup checks. Hydraulics low. Fuel pumps offline. Avionics standby. Pax reached for the engine start switches. 2 guarded toggles on the overhead, one for each of the S-92's massive turboshaft engines. He flipped the left engine starter. A deep hum resonated through the frame as the starter engaged. Mike leaned into the cockpit, watching anxiously. "Okay," Pax muttered. "Come on, baby. Give me something." The N1 turbine percentage climbed. 2%, 5%, 9%. Then the screen flashed. Fuel press low. Pax frowned. He toggled the fuel pumps. Nothing changed. He checked the overhead fuel panel. The gauge barely moved off the peg. He shut down the starter, then powered down the right engine as well. Mike stepped closer. "What's wrong?" Pax tapped the empty gauge. "The fuel gauge is on empty." Mike blinked. "Empty? He flew out here in this?" "Yeah," Pax said dryly. "And unless you feel like spending the rest of your life swimming to shore, I suggest we don't take off. Mike sank into the co-pilot's seat, looking deflated, terrified, angry, everything all at once. They were about to climb back out when Pax froze. His head snapped toward the rear cabin. A sound. A muffled thump. He turned to Mike. You hear that? Mike's eyes widened. Yeah. They exchanged a look and moved together. Pax slid open the side cabin door while Mike stepped inside the fuselage. The storm's roar was momentarily muted as they ducked deeper into the helicopter. Mike stopped abruptly. His breath caught. Oh my God. Pax climbed in behind him. There, tied up on the floor behind the cargo netting, wrists bound, ankles taped, a strip of duct tape across her mouth, lay Amy Kincaid. Her eyes were wide with terror, overflowing with relief the moment she saw her husband. Mike dropped to his knees, hands shaking as he reached for her. Amy, he choked. Amy, I've got you. Pax looked at them both, then at the empty fuel gauge, then at the raging hurricane around the ship. They found her, but they were far from safe. Pax looked out where some of Jess' husband's thugs were running toward the helicopter. Sorry to interrupt, but we've got to go. Chapter 51. Pax braced himself against the bulkhead as another violent roll shook the sapphire horizon. The hurricane was chewing the ship apart deck by deck, and time was running out fast. Let's split up, he said. Mike immediately shook his head, gripping Amy's arm like he'd never let go again. I'm not letting her out of my sight. Fair enough, Pax replied. Okay, you two head forward. I'll go aft. Agreed, Mike said, already helping Amy toward the forward companionway. Pax watched them disappear into the shadows, moving as quickly as the ship's constant rocking allowed. Mike was fast, even with his wife half draped against him. But Pax was faster. He sprinted down the slick walkway, boots hammering against steel flooring as alarms blared overhead. The storm's roars seeped through every seam in the hull. The ship felt like it was being torn apart from the outside. Pax rounded a corner sharply, too sharply. His shoulders slammed into a wall panel, metal ringing out like a gong. He pushed off and kept moving. He needed to lose any pursuit, needed elevation, needed cover. A maintenance sign caught his eye. Authorized crew only, engineering access. Perfect. He charged toward the short, nondescript doors set slightly back from the main passage. A card reader glowed red beside it. Pax reached into his pocket and pulled out the black and chrome keycard Jess had given him. He held it up for a heartbeat, silent gratitude flickering through his thoughts. Then he swiped it. The reader blinked once, twice, and then flashed green. A soft click echoed through the narrow hall. Pax pulled the handle and opened the maintenance door. Warm machinery air rushed out, oil, ozone, and the unmistakable scent of the ship's mechanical guts. He stepped through, letting the heavy door swing shut behind him. The noise of the corridor faded instantly, muffled by thick steel. Inside, the maintenance passage was narrow, lined with pipes and conduit. Emergency lights flickered overhead. Pax exhaled once, low and controlled, steadying himself. Now he had room to maneuver. Now he could find Jess, or her husband, or the fight that was clearly inevitable. He moved deeper into the shadows, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 52. Pax hauled himself up the steep metal rungs, boots clanging against the welded steps as he climbed through the narrow, swaying shaft. The storm pounded the sapphire horizon so violently that the entire structure groaned like a wounded animal. but the maintenance ladders and crawl spaces were solid, built into the spine of the ship. They rose past crew decks, electrical junctions, and sealed compartments until he reached the final hatch. He pushed it open and climbed into the radar tower. The space was cramped, filled with humming electronics, backup power units, and a ring of narrow maintenance windows. But it was high, nearly the highest point amidships, and from here Pax had a near-perfect view of the decks below. He crouched low, careful to stay out of sight. The tower swayed with each massive roll, but Pax's balance held firm. Through the slotted maintenance windows, he watched the chaos unfolding on the decks. Security officers running, crew tightening storm lines, passengers being ushered into interior safe rooms. Nobody looked up. Nobody ever did. Good. Pax slid his cell phone from his pocket. Water dripped from his sleeve onto the casing. He wiped it with his palm, then hit redial. Detective Ratcliffe picked up on the first ring. "Pax," the detective said. Pax kept his voice low, his eyes sweeping the decks below. "Yeah, I need to ask you for another favor." Chapter 53. Pax quickly filled in the detective on everything that had happened. When he was finished, Detective Ratcliffe asked, "What do you need?" "I'm going to need the Coast Guard and the FBI out here as soon as this storm's over." "You got it." Pax could hear the detective taking notes with a pen and paper, just like he had for decades. "Anything else?" "Yeah. Can you cross-reference all the trips Jessica Wilson has been on in the Caribbean on board the Sapphire Horizon, and then match that up with any trucking company's overland shipping that leaves the harbor in Miami?" The detective asked, "What are you looking for?" Pax pressed his lips together. "I'm not sure yet. Some sort of connection. Jessica Wilson's husband is involved in trafficking something. I'm not 100% sure what. It might have once been human trafficking, but I'm not sure what it is now." "You think Jessica's involved?" the detective suggested. "No, but I think her vacations are linked somehow. Something her husband does in synchrony with Jessica's personal time." The detective said, "I'll look into it." "Thanks." "Pax?" "Yeah." "You want to tell me what this is all about?" Pax shook his head. "I'll let you know if I'm still alive in the morning." Chapter 54. Pax slipped back into the loft through the hidden stairwell, easing the panels shut behind him. The luxury suite was silent. Too silent. No movement. No breathing. No Jess. He stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the two-story expanse. The storm outside hurled sheets of rain against the one-way glass, turning the panoramic ocean view into a churning wall of silver and black. Inside, everything was still immaculate, untouched. Jess hadn't made it back. Pax exhaled slowly, forcing down the frustration coiling in his chest. She was smart. She knew the ship better than he did. If she had run, it was because she was scared, and because she still didn't fully trust him. He moved into the bathroom. The lights flickered on emergency power, throwing a weak amber glow over the marble. Her lipstick, deep red, still sat on the counter where she'd left it. Pax picked it up. He leaned toward the mirror, the cold glass fogged around the edges from the shifting temperature inside the suite. With steady strokes, he wrote, "I know the truth. Meet me at the island." Chapter 55. Pax checked his phone as he stepped toward the secret passage. The latest weather update loaded slowly, the spinning icon lagging over the ship's struggling Wi-Fi. Then the map snapped into focus. The hurricane's eye was veering east, away from the sapphire horizon and out into open Atlantic. He exhaled, tension slipping from his shoulders. Lucky day, he thought. Lucky for Jess. Lucky for Mike. Lucky for everyone still alive on this ship. He pocketed the phone, crossed the penthouse, and opened the concealed door behind the fireplace, intending to slip out and head for the helipad. He didn't take a full step, because Noah Wilson was already there. He stood in the narrow stairwell landing, framed by shadows, a slick sheen of sweat across his brow, his expression carved from pure fury. A thick pulse throbbed at the center of his forehead. His suit jacket was gone, sleeves rolled to the elbow, his breathing ragged, like he'd sprinted through half the ship to get here. And in his hand was a Beretta. The black muzzle came up, fixing perfectly on Pax's chest. Pax froze mid-stride. No words, no explanation, just the storm-lit fury of a dangerous man, and the gun aimed straight at his heart. Noah said,
"So, you're the asshole who stole my wife."
Chapter 56. Pax kept his hands where Noah could see them, palms open, showing no threat. "We got separated," he said. "I have no idea where she is." Noah's eyes twitched, searching his face for deceit.
"But you must know where she was heading."
"I'm sorry," Pax said. "I've got nothing." Noah's disappointment hardened into something darker.
"Then you're no good to me."
He flicked a hand toward the two men flanking him, thick-set, military haircuts, both carrying suppressed pistols under their jackets.
"All right,"
Noah said, jaw clenched.
"Do you think he's telling the truth? Any suggestions how to find out?"
One of them shrugged. "We could throw him overboard." A flash of revulsion crossed Noah's face, like he'd tasted something rotten.
"That would kill him."
The thug didn't blink.
"Or he might just tell us what he knows."
Noah began pacing, hand trembling around the Beretta.
"I've never killed anyone before."
The second thug said quietly,
"No one ever tried to steal your wife from you before, either."
Noah stopped pacing. His breath steadied.
"You're right. Let's do it."
Pax raised both hands higher. Wait. You can't throw me overboard. The entire ship has a surveillance system designed to alert the bridge if someone goes into the water. You toss me over, you'll all be in handcuffs before I hit the swell. You'll never get away with it." Noah stared at him for a long, tense moment, and then he smiled. A thin, unsettling smile.
"You're right," he said softly. "We'll have to do something smarter."
Chapter 57. The engine room felt like the belly of a steel giant, hot, echoing, cavernous. Pax was marched down the graded catwalk with Noah Wilson at his back and 4 armed men flanking him like prison wardens. Their weapons weren't for show. The men moved with the fluid discipline of people who'd done a lot of violence and never second-guessed it. From deep within the machinery, Pax could hear the frantic clatter of engineers working to bring the engines back online. A few beats later, the deep rumble of life rolled through the deck. The ship vibrated under his boots as the twin azipods spun up and the massive anchors began to lift. Noah glanced upward, almost relieved.
"Well, what do you know? They got the engines working again."
Pax offered him a cheerful smile. "I heard the hurricane began heading out toward the Atlantic. A good day for all." Noah's jaw flexed.
It would be a better day if you told me where my damned wife is.
The answering punch to Pax's solar plexus came from the left. Sharp, efficient, vicious. It folded him instantly. He sucked for breath, diaphragm spasming, vision narrowing. Before he could recover, 4 sets of hands clamped onto him. Wrists, ankles, shoulders, lifting him clean off the steel deck. They locked him in place like a pinned insect. Dangling, breath burning, Pax still managed. "Go to hell." Noah stepped closer, rage twitching in the corner of his eye.
I've never killed anyone before, but today, you might just be my first.
"I know all about your operation," Pax rasped. "When this is finished, you'll be paying with your life for your crimes."
Crimes?
Noah blinked at him, genuinely baffled. "The way you made your fortune," Pax said.
I'm a lawyer,
Noah snapped.
Environmental law.
Pax laughed through gritted teeth. "You have your own helicopter. Environmental law must pay pretty well."
It pays okay, but that's not why I own a helicopter.
"No," Pax said softly. "I didn't think it was." He lifted his chin, meeting Noah's eyes. "People know the truth. Whatever you do to me, they'll find out. It's over."
I have no idea what you're talking about.
"The gold mines," Pax said. "And the slaves." Noah barked out a brittle laugh, pacing, cracking at the seams.
I've heard some desperate lies to avoid getting killed, but this is creative.
"So you deny being a sex trafficker?" Noah spun on him, eyes wide with something like genuine horror.
Yes. I don't know what you think Jess is, but she was born into wealth, old money, and I'm not proud of it, but I try to do some good with it.
"That's very big of you," Pax said, unconvinced. "And if you find Jess, how long until you kill her?" One of the thugs spoke up quietly.
Boss, he's not going to talk.
Noah exhaled sharply.
Okay. Enough.
He stepped to a recessed panel and hit a large red industrial button. A warning klaxon chirped once, and a massive section of the grated floor unlocked beneath Pax with a shriek of hydraulics. The metal slid apart like an iris opening, revealing a black vertical shaft, and far below, the churning, frothing Atlantic, rushing past the ship's twin azipod propulsors. The drop was clean, sheer, a direct plunge into the ocean. Pax had just enough time for one sick lurch of recognition. Then the 4 thugs heaved. He fought hard, but they were professionals, well coordinated, and had leverage. His back arched, boots scraping metal, fingertips clawing for purchase. And then he was gone. The floor vanished under him. Pax dropped into the roaring abyss. Chapter 58. Pax knifed into the ocean like a spear. The shock of the water hit him first. Bruising, a full-body punch that stole the breath he didn't have to spare. He folded instantly, pin-diving straight down. His boots sliced the water, and he kicked hard, driving himself deeper into the black. Above him, the twin azipods thundered like gods grinding mountains. The water around him shook, vibrations hammering his ribs, rattling his teeth. He felt, more than heard, the monstrous churn, a deep, bone-thick roar that drowned out every other sense. The water foamed around him, a brutal, violent turbulence. There was no up, no down, just pressure, chaos, and the instinctive certainty that one wrong kick, would drag him into the blades. He forced himself lower, ignoring the growing pressure in his ears. He pinched his nose and blew, barely equalizing. The water around him shifted, first downward, then sideways, until finally the vibration softened. The thundering churn faded behind him, rising toward the surface. He dropped beneath the propellers. Now came the wake. The sapphire horizon, over 1,000 feet long, through a whitewater trail that could stretch for miles. The water around him became a violent washing machine, spinning him, dragging him sideways. His lungs screamed. He tucked his chin, angled his arms, and kicked upward. The ascent felt endless. Dark water pressed in on every side. His ears throbbed. His chest burned. His muscles threatened mutiny. The surface felt impossibly far, a shimmering silver ghost he could only imagine rather than see. Finally, he opened his eyes and saw moonlight, a gray smear above him, changing the texture of the water. He kicked harder. His throat tightened. His lungs felt on fire. Another kick. Another. His vision flickered at the edges. He reached toward the faint brightness. And then he broke through. Air hit him like salvation. He gulped a ragged, desperate breath, just as a swell lifted him. Wind slapped his face. Rain peppered his eyes. The ocean heaved beneath him like a living beast. Salt stung the raw skin on his lips. He looked up. The sapphire horizon was already a distant silhouette, its white superstructure ghostly through the sheets of rain, engines pounding, bow rising and falling as it motored away at full speed. Its lights flickered through the storm haze, growing smaller, swallowed by distance and weather. Behind it, the hurricane's shredded outer bands tore across the sky like smudges of charcoal. Around Pax, the sea roared, waves slamming, wind howling, thunder rumbling somewhere far off. He treaded water, cold settling into his bones, breathing hard. He was alone, alive, and adrift in the Caribbean Sea. Chapter 59. Tour Submarine, on board the Sapphire Horizon. Jess hauled herself through the narrow hatch and sealed it behind her with a heavy metallic clunk. The sudden quiet was absolute. No wind, no shouting, no gunfire. Just the soft hum of emergency electronics and the faint scent of coolant and machine oil. She slid into the pilot's seat. The cockpit wrapped around her like a pressure-tight cocoon. Smooth composite walls, rows of recessed switches, twin joysticks for maneuvering, and a semicircular array of digital readouts glowing a soft blue. The curved panoramic viewport arced overhead, currently filled with nothing but the storm-darkened underside of Deck 4. Jess exhaled shakily. She'd trained for this. She flipped the master power toggle. Lights blinked alive. Screens warmed. The central console booted with a rising electronic chirp. The submarine, Sapphire Dive 1, came to life. Her fingers moved across the controls with brisk confidence. Ballast indicators, internal pressure checks, thruster diagnostics. All green. The hydraulic cradle beneath the sub vibrated as the robotic arm system handed over control. She reached for the remote cradle controls mounted beside the throttle. A small screen showed the sub from above, its matte black hull sleek, curved, almost predatory. Jess guided the arm. The massive robotic cradle hissed and extended, sliding the sub outward over open air. Rain hammered the hull above her. The storm wind roared against the ship. She steadied her breathing. Once clear of the deck, she pressed release. The cradle disengaged with a jolt. The submarine dropped 2 or 3 feet before plunging cleanly into the Caribbean Sea, the hull flexing slightly with the impact. It sank naturally for a moment until the ballast system stabilized it with a soft thrum. Jess flicked on the external lights. Twin purple eyes blazed to life on the nose, 2 eerie, luminous circles cutting through the dark water ahead, throwing ghostly light across swirling rain runoff and underwater turbulence, a design meant to charm tourists. Tonight, they looked like a warning. She swallowed hard, pushed the twin propulsion throttles forward, and felt the sub surge ahead. The electric jets engaged smoothly, leaving only a soft vibration through the frame. Jess took a final glance back at the sapphire horizon, a giant shadow rocking violently in the storm, then turned the sub toward the coordinates burned into her memory, toward the island. She pressed her foot to the rudder pedal and accelerated into the darkness. Chapter 60. Pax floated on his back, lungs dragging in air that tasted of salt and exhaustion. He still couldn't quite believe how quickly the sea had changed. Less than an hour ago, the water had been a heaving, murderous churn. Now the worst rage of the hurricane had passed, leaving behind rolling, uneven swells that lifted and dropped him like a child's toy. Every few waves smacked him in the face hard enough to sting, but nothing like the chaos he'd just survived. He adjusted his position, letting his arms drift outward to stay buoyant. Floating on his back had always been his weak spot. Too much mass, too much muscle. But he forced himself to stay calm, spreading his weight across the surface. The ocean accepted him, grudgingly. He blinked up at the sky. The clouds had torn apart, leaving seams of clear darkness in between. And through those seams, stars were pushing their way into view, shimmering pinpricks against a velvet black sky. The moon was nowhere to be seen, but the starlight was enough to remind him he was still alive, still breathing, still thinking. His muscles trembled with the effort of staying afloat, but he let the quiet wonder settle in. The hurricane was gone. The sapphire horizon, too, her lights now a faint glow far on the horizon. And he was alone in the Caribbean Sea, buoyed by nothing but his stubborn will to survive. Pax lifted his face toward the stars and exhaled. There was a good chance he was going to die out there, but it wouldn't be tonight. Chapter 61. Bridge, Sapphire Horizon, 24 hours later. Captain Jonathan Harwood pinched the bridge of his nose as the report came in over the bridge intercom. "The submarine isn't on board, sir." For a split second, he wondered if he'd misheard. But the tightness in the officer's tone told him everything. Harwood's stomach dropped. "Repeat that," he said quietly. "The submersible, it's gone. We can't locate it anywhere on Deck 4. It must have been washed overboard during the storm." Harwood closed his eyes for half a moment and swore under his breath. Bloody hell. The Sapphire Horizon may have been a floating city, but the submersible was a precision-engineered machine, expensive, delicate, and not something that could simply disappear without consequences. If it had been torn loose in the storm and was now drifting, half submerged, it wasn't just a financial disaster. It was a maritime hazard, a deadly one. He straightened and turned to the helm. "If another vessel hits that thing," he said, voice like steel, "it'll tear open a hull before they ever see it coming." A murmur of agreement rippled through the bridge. Harwood lifted his chin. "We have no choice. Helm, bring us about." The helmsman hesitated only long enough to confirm. "Aye, Captain. Turning the ship now." "Navigation," Harwood continued. "Match course with the submarine's GPS tracker." "Aye, sir." Harwood looked out through the wide glass windows of the bridge. The sea was still shouldering its leftover anger, long swells rolling like the breath of something huge and recovering. Somewhere out there drifted a 1,000-pound torpedo-shaped hazard, and possibly something far worse. He clasped his hands behind his back. "Let's find it," he said, "before someone else does." The sapphire horizon began its slow, deliberate turn, towering decks pivoting against the unsettled sea, as the captain braced himself for what else this cursed storm might yet reveal. Chapter 62. Noah paced the length of the loft like a man trapped inside his own skull. His heart hammered. His thoughts ricocheted. He had never killed anyone before. Technically, he still hadn't. His men had handled the brute. But it didn't matter. He'd given the order. And the image of Pax West vanishing through that open hatch into the boiling dark water below kept flashing through his mind. I only wanted to scare him. Only wanted to find Jess. He raked both hands through his hair and forced himself into the bathroom to throw some cold water on his face. Instead, his eyes landed on a smear of red across the mirror. Lipstick. Jess's lipstick. The message read, "I know the truth. Meet me at the island." Noah's breath snagged in his throat. "Change of plans," he said, stepping back into the main level where his men waited. "Pax knows where my wife's gone. We need to go get him." "Get him?" one of the men repeated. "Sir, he's dead. He fell straight past the pods. Even if the propellers didn't turn him into chum, the ocean will finish him off. Exposure alone." "And if he didn't?" Noah snapped. The man shrugged. "Then he's dead now." Noah shook his head. Jaw set so tight it creaked. "It doesn't matter. We have to try." "Try what? Swim after him? The helicopter's bone dry. The tank's empty." Noah looked out over the railing toward the heaving sea below. His eyes hardened with resolve. "The Sapphire Horizon carries a Vanquish 45 sport yacht. It can be launched while we're underway. Fast, maneuverable, long reach." He turned back to his men. "We take it, and we pray we find Pax before he dies, and takes Jess's location with him." Chapter 63. Pax floated on his back, arms limp, legs barely kicking, his body rising and falling with the long, gentle heave of the post-hurricane swell. His lips were cracked and swollen. His throat felt like it had been lined with sandpaper. Every breath rasped. Every blink stung. He stared up at the sky, washed clean by the storm, a cold sweep of fading blue and the first hints of twilight. The sun's last light shimmered across the ripples, blinding him. He tried to swallow and felt nothing but the raw stab of thirst. His mind drifted in and out, half memory, half dream. He blinked again. Something dark appeared on the horizon. At first he thought it was another hallucination, another trick of a dying brain. A shadow across the waves, a shape that didn't belong to the ocean. Mirage. Has to be. But it grew larger. Fast. A black hull, sleek, sharp, and predatory, skimming across the water with impossible speed. As it closed in, the setting sun glinted across its bow, almost blinding him again. Pax's pulse fluttered, too weak to race, too stubborn to quit. The boat slowed. Its engines rumbled in a deep, controlled growl he felt as much as heard. It towered over him, blotting out the sky, turning the swell beneath him into churning whitewater. Pax blinked at it, utterly delirious. Is this death? Something grabbed him. They were a big set of hands that closed around his arms. He didn't resist. He couldn't. He felt himself lifted, hauled upward, dripping and weightless. The next moment he was sprawled across a deck, coughing seawater, chest heaving. Someone pressed a bottle to his lips. Pax gulped instinctively. Cool water hit his tongue, and the pain of it almost made him cry. His vision finally steadied. Shapes resolved into faces. Rough men, armed, and standing over them. Noah Wilson. Water dripped from Pax's hair, his shirt, his eyelashes. He forced himself onto an elbow. Noah crouched in front of him, expression hard and eyes blazing with restrained rage. "You'd better hope," Noah said, his voice low and lethal, "that you know the island Jess is heading to. Because I swear to God, if you don't, we're going to throw you right back into the water." Chapter 64. Pax leaned over the Vanquish's glossy digital chart plotter, fingers moving across the touchscreen as he brought up the ship's map, GPS history, and storm tracking overlays. His pulse was still unsteady from dehydration, but his mind had already snapped back into its usual sharpness. He zoomed out, found the last recorded position of the sapphire horizon, then mentally traced the drift caused by the hurricane's outer bands. After that, he drew an invisible 50-mile radius around the point where the ship had stalled. A cluster of islands appeared, too many at first glance. He studied each one, eliminating them one by one. No harbors, no villages, no tourist beaches, no patrol routes, no reason for anyone to visit. Then he saw it. A jagged tear of land, surrounded by unbroken sea. Cockroach Island. Pax tapped it. "Here," he said. Noah leaned in.
"Cockroach Island? You're sure?"
"Absolutely."
"Why?"
Pax kept his eyes on the map. "Just told me she was going to an island used by fishermen to hide contraband and people being smuggled. A place with a cave that cuts through the island, a single entrance. If you put something like that on a populated island, someone will stumble across it. Instagram alone would blow the place wide open." He zoomed further in. The island's northern cliffs showed a dark indentation, the mouth of a long sea cave. "This one fits everything she told me," Pax continued. "And it's the only permanently uninhabited island within 50 miles of where the cruise ship stopped. She's there." Noah stared at the screen for several seconds, jaw clenched, eyes burning with desperation and fear. Then he nodded sharply.
"All right," he said. "Set a course for Cockroach Island."
Pax tapped the chart plotter, plotted the heading, and the Vanquish's engine surged as the yacht pivoted and accelerated toward the dark silhouette on the horizon. Chapter 65. Cockroach Island, British Virgin Islands. The Vanquish 45 carved across the calm Caribbean like a blade of obsidian. Its black hull glistened beneath the late-day sun, every line sleek and predatory. Low to the water and brutally fast, the yacht seemed less like a pleasure craft and more like something designed to hunt. Pax stood near the bow, watching the turquoise sea split around the prow as they approached Cockroach Island. The place looked exactly as Jess had described, an uninhabited mound of rock and dense scrub, rimmed with pale sand, and strangely silent. Noah cut the engines and dropped anchor just off the beach. The water was so clear Pax could see shadows from coral heads 30 feet below. Pax opened the forward locker, rummaged through the toolbox, and pulled out a high-lumens flashlight. Noah lifted an eyebrow.
Planning a light show?
You'll see, Pax said. They piled into the shallow water, boots splashing. One of Noah's men remained aboard the Vanquish, while the other 3 followed Pax ashore. Pax didn't hesitate. He circled the western edge of the island, scanning the jagged shoreline. 10 minutes later he found it, a thin ribbon of water disappearing beneath a limestone overhang, the entrance to the cave. At low tide it would be an easy swim, but now the tide was high, and the opening sat just inches above the waterline. Jess had warned him. To enter, you had to duck under completely. Perfect for hiding, terrible for finding. This is it, Pax said, pointing. Noah grimaced.
You sure?
Positive. Pax took 2 slow breaths, filling his lungs, then dove beneath the limestone lip. Cold water closed over him, and for a moment, everything went black. Then he angled upward and broke the surface inside the cave. It was darker here, pitch black, except for a faint gray shimmer from the entrance behind him. The air was thick, sour, wrong. Pax knew the smell instantly. People had lived and died in here. He flicked the flashlight on. The beam cut through the murk, revealing a long tunnel stretching inward. Raw limestone walls, knee-deep water, trash embedded in rock, rust stains, scratch marks. Jess had not exaggerated. Pax tilted the light upward. 50 or 60 feet ahead, suspended from the ceiling, was a massive cluster of boulders bound together with netting, old fishing gear, heavy enough to block the entire tunnel. A trap, just like she'd said. He traced the fishing net downward until he found the slender rope running along the right-hand wall. A trip line. Pull it and the rocks would fall, sealing one of the passages. Perfect for cutting off anyone behind him. Water splashed. Noah surfaced behind him, coughing and gagging at the smell.
Oh, God,
Noah rasped.
Jess lived in this?
Not by choice, Pax muttered. Noah hung there in the entrance channel until his 3 remaining men surfaced behind him. They were already looking green.
Hey, wait up, Pax,
Noah called, but Pax had reached the rope. He wrapped his fingers around the line. If Jess had come this way, she'd rely on this trap to keep Noah's men off her trail. Pax gave a sharp pull. The sound echoed like thunder, followed by ropes snapping, netting tearing, and then a cascade of massive boulders crashing down between him and Noah. A wall of stone slammed into the water, sending a surge of cold spray blasting back toward the entrance. The tunnel sealed shut. Noah's shouts reverberated off the cave walls, distant now. But Pax no longer cared. He turned and moved deeper into the darkness, toward Jess, toward whatever waited in the heart of the island. Chapter 66. Pax didn't waste a second. The moment the rocks thundered down behind him, cutting Noah off, he bolted through the narrowing tunnel, boots splashing and echoing in the dark. The stink faded, replaced by the clean tang of open sea ahead. He dove under the low exit, kicked hard, and surfaced on the far side of Cockroach Island. The night was calm, too calm. The storm had passed, the water almost glassy. The Vanquish's sleek black silhouette waited offshore, anchored in the moonlit shadows. Pax filled his lungs and slipped beneath the surface. He swam a wide arc, deeper and farther than strictly necessary, making certain to approach from the blind side of the yacht. When he finally surfaced, the stern ladder was just ahead. He reached it silently. The guard posted on deck didn't notice him. The man stood at the rail, cigarette glowing, completely relaxed. He wasn't watching the sea. He wasn't watching anything. He was scrolling his phone. Pax smiled inwardly. He climbed the ladder with careful, measured movements. When he reached the last rung, he paused, then tapped lightly on the hull with one knuckle. The guard turned, startled. "What the?" Pax erupted upward in one swift motion. He grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and flicked the cigarette into his face with the other. The thug recoiled with an instinctive flinch. Pax hooked his leg behind the man's ankle and swept him backward. The guard toppled over the railing with a yelp, splashing into the water. Pax leaned over the rail as the man surfaced, sputtering. Pax picked up the man's Beretta that he'd carelessly left resting beside the motorboat's wheel. He tucked it into his trousers and pressed the engine's start button. The Vanquish's systems glowed awake beneath his fingertips. His hands moved quickly, confidently. Battery power engaged. Fuel confirmed. Twin diesels primed. He hit the anchor winch. The chain rattled, rising fast. A moment later, the anchor cleared the water. He nudged the throttles forward. The Vanquish groaned, then surged ahead like a launched arrow. Shouts erupted on shore. Noah and his men burst from the jungle, weapons raised. Muzzle flashes strobed the beach. Rounds slapped the water behind the yacht. Pax opened the throttles fully. The Vanquish rose onto plane, its bow lifting as it carved a long white wake through the moonlit Caribbean. He didn't look back. Chapter 67. Pax set the Vanquish's bow toward Miami and pushed the throttles forward. The twin diesels roared in response. The sleek black yacht rose onto plane, slicing across the calm Caribbean at more than 40 knots. Spray arced in clean sheets off each side as it tore across the moonlit water. He glanced down at his cell phone. The screen glowed perfectly. Amazing. Manufacturers finally made them waterproof enough to survive hurricanes, submersion, and attempted murder. He swiped to call Detective Ratcliffe. The line clicked. "Ratcliffe. It's Pax. Jesus, West. Do you know what time it is?" "I'm on a boat," Pax said simply. "Heading for Miami, and I've got a situation." "That seems to be a running theme with you," Ratcliffe muttered. "Go on." Pax explained everything. Finding Jess, her husband, the helicopter, the attack, being thrown off a cruise ship like yesterday's trash, and most of all, the hidden smuggling operation. Ratcliffe didn't interrupt. Pax could almost picture him, leaning back in his battered desk chair, jaw tight, mind working hard. Pax continued. "Look, the cruise line is in on it. They've been using their submarine to collect people from smugglers on Cockroach Island. I'm willing to bet the Sapphire Horizon has a hidden smuggler's bay under its hull, somewhere the sub can dock unseen. Once they reach port, they offload them and move them somewhere else." "And you think Noah Wilson is the receiver on the other end?" Ratcliffe asked. "Has to be. Jess told me he made his real money from some operation in Idaho. Gold mines, she said. And that's where he kept the people." A long beat of silence. "Pax." Ratcliffe's voice dropped. "Those mines were raided 3 weeks ago. Pax clenched his jaw. Raided? How? The FBI. They found a tunnel system in the lower shafts, and they found all the people. Alive? Pax already knew the answer. No, Ratcliffe said quietly. All deceased. They were locked in, starved, heat stroke, dehydration. It was bad. Pax stared at the rushing black water ahead of the Vanquish, the horizon a distant smear of lights. Did they catch anyone? No, Ratcliffe said. The mine was sold 20 years ago. Ownership was in a shell corporation, totally empty on paper. No fingerprints anywhere. Pax swore under his breath. Then where the hell was Noah taking Jessica? And where are the others? There are still dozens, hundreds of missing people. Ratcliffe exhaled sharply. I might be able to answer that. Pax straightened. Where? Ratcliffe said. There's a facility. He paused. Ratcliffe exhaled, the sound thin and grim over the speaker. There's a sanitation truck scheduled to pick up refuse from the Sapphire Horizon's holding tanks. Pax frowned. Okay. It's logged to take the waste to a farm in southern Alabama, supposedly for fertilizer. Pax squinted at the glowing nav screen. Maybe it really is fertilizer. Maybe, Ratcliffe said. Only would you believe that about 100 years ago, there was a particularly profitable gold mine on that exact land? Pax felt his pulse slow. Which mine? Hog Mountain Gold Mine. You're kidding me. Nope. Someone bought the land through a shell corporation 2 years ago. It's listed as an agricultural site now. Crop rotation, fertilizer distribution, all that crap. But there's no equipment, no silos, no crop reports, nothing. Pax grinned, despite himself. They're using the mine. Looks like it. My guess? They built new access tunnels that connect to the old shafts. The place is remote, perfect for keeping people hidden. Pax tightened his grip on the wheel as the Vanquish sliced through a field of silver moonlight. All right. That's it. That's where he was sending Jess. And the rest of them. Agreed, Ratcliffe said. I'm already calling it in. We'll get a federal team moving. Pax shook his head. No, I'm going too. West, Ratcliffe said. You nearly died today. And I'm not about to let Jess or anyone else end up in some underground hellhole. A moment of silence. Then Ratcliffe grunted. Fine. Meet me in Miami. We'll drive up together. I can be there in 24 hours. Good, Pax said. Because this time, I'm finishing it. He dropped the call and pushed the throttles harder, the Vanquish leaping forward like a black arrow fired into the night. Ahead lay Miami. Beyond that, Hog Mountain Gold Mine. And Jess. Chapter 68. Pax reached the Florida coast just after dawn, skin still tasting of salt. He ditched the Vanquish at a small marina, jogged 2 miles inland, and rented the first beat-up pickup he could find. Detective Ratcliffe would still be in the air, flying over from Portland, Oregon. He'd be on the ground in a few hours. Pax wasn't going to risk Jessica getting killed in that time. Ratcliffe and the whatever federal agency he'd invited would just have to catch up. Pax drove hard, through North Florida, cutting across Georgia, then into Alabama, stopping for nothing except fuel. The Beretta sat on the passenger's seat beside him. By the time he reached the farm on the old Hog Mountain property, the sun was low and red across the horizon. The place looked abandoned, dry fields, a peeling barn, rusted fencing. No crops, no tractors, nothing alive. except for the sanitation truck. It rumbled down the dirt track ahead of him, heading away from the mine. Fresh mud splattered the wheels. The tank was sealed. Pax frowned. Had they already delivered their human cargo here? Or had the drivers spotted him arriving and decided to move it somewhere else? He had no team, no backup, just himself and a pistol. 50-50 odds. He chose the mine. He pulled the pickup off the road and followed the gravel path up the slope until the trees thinned and the old Hog Mountain head frame came into view. Blackened timber, rusted rails, and a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. And behind that fence, he saw movement. Shadows. People. Pax climbed out, heart thundering. He moved to the fence. There were at least 30 men and women huddled inside the old staging yard, weak, starved, eyes sunken. They were imprisoned, alive. He searched for Jess's face in the sea of hollow eyes. Nothing. Panic flared behind his ribs. Pax grabbed the biggest rock he could lift and swung it against the padlock. The metal rang out sharply, echoing across the woods. He swung again, harder. The lock dented, but didn't give. He drew back for a third strike. A smooth voice behind him stopped him cold. "Looking for me, darling?" Pax froze. He slowly lowered the rock and turned. Jess stood 10 feet away, haloed in the dying light. Her platinum hair was still short. Her jeans were coated in dust. But her eyes, cold, calculating, and very much alive, were fixed on him with unnerving clarity. And in her hand, a pistol, aimed at his chest. She smiled. Not the way she had on the cruise. Not with warmth. Not with relief. A predator's smile. Confident and in control. Pax exhaled once, steadying himself. "Jess," he said quietly. "What the hell is this?" Her smile widened. "Exactly what it looks like." Chapter 69. Jess's smile faded, replaced by a hard, almost bored stare. "You just couldn't leave it alone, could you?" she said. Pax tried to steady his breathing. "What?" "You had to play the hero." She threw up one hand in exasperation. "What the hell is wrong with you, Pax? It wasn't enough that I used you to make Noah think I'd been murdered? That you were supposed to be a distraction? But no, you had to follow me." He felt his stomach tighten. "Used me?" Jess scoffed. "Please, don't look so surprised." She motioned with the pistol for him to step backward. Pax obeyed, moving toward the iron gate where the other captives huddled in fear. "I had plans," she continued. "Good ones. A new island, a new start. A fresh cycle of laborers. But instead, you chased me all the way here." He kept his voice even. "What are you going to do?" "Isn't it obvious?" she asked. "Nothing about this is obvious to me." Jess sighed with theatrical disappointment. "I would kill you, but we're just starting up again, and I need labor. And you, darling," her smile returned, sharp and wicked, "are prime labor." Before he could react, she pointed her gun at him and told him to step inside. He did as she asked. "Now, close the gate and fasten the padlock." Pax looked at her, wondering how he misjudged her so thoroughly. He clanged shut the gate and fastened the padlock through the chain, snapping it shut with finality. Pax stepped closer to the bars. "Jess, wait." She tilted her head, studying him like an uninteresting puzzle. "This whole time," he said slowly, "I thought Noah was the trafficker. But he was just a front, a clueless lawyer. He didn't know anything, did he? He thought he was married to some rich heiress. He never knew where the money came from." Jess's eyes glittered. "Very good. Keep going." "The slave operation, the mines, the money. It was you." Pax shook his head. "You were running everything." Jess smirked. "Almost perfect. But you missed one detail." "What's that?" "It wasn't Noah who betrayed us," she said. "It was my mother." Pax blinked. "Your mother?" "She sold my sisters and my father to smugglers in exchange for the right to bring people across from Venezuela." Jess gave a light shrug. "Her idea, to keep only the men. People panic when women and children go missing, and they jump straight to sex trafficking. But men," her voice dropped to a whisper, "men disappear across borders all the time. Nobody cares." Pax's blood ran cold. "What happened to your mother?" Jess smiled sweetly. "I killed her when I was 15. He stared, a curious expression on his face. "Perhaps she is more like me than I care to acknowledge." "She and her new husband, the man she sold my family to, were screwing outside the mine shaft. The slaves were working right there, starving and dying so they could get rich." Jess mimed lifting something heavy. "I came up behind them with a rock." "You killed them both?" "Crushed their skulls." She sounded proud. "Then I took over the family business." Pax felt the weight of the horror pressing in from every side. The men locked beside him. The reek of confinement. The truth he'd completely failed to see. Jess leaned in close to the bars, her expression softening into something mocking and intimate. "That night on the cruise, Pax? That was real. I enjoyed every minute. But don't confuse pleasure with morality." She tapped the pistol against the gate. "Welcome to Hog Mountain." Chapter 70. Pax tightened his grip on the Beretta through the gate's bars. "I could shoot you," he said quietly. Jess turned, the dying light catching the angles of her face. "Maybe," she said. "But then you'd still be locked in there. No food, no water. You'd be condemning everyone behind you to the same slow death you're trying to prevent." She shrugged. "You're not that cruel, Pax." Before he could respond, another voice cut through the dusk.
"I could shoot you, though."
Jess turned sharply. Noah stood 10 yards behind her, one hand pressed to the side of his ribs as he staggered forward. Blood seeped through his shirt. He must have tracked her from the cave, from the island, driven by pain, betrayal, and something like fury. Jess blinked at him in surprise. Then a slow laugh bubbled out of her.
You don't have the balls to shoot me."
Noah steadied himself on a rusted post.
"I wouldn't be so sure."
His voice was hoarse, tight.
"I heard everything you said, everything you did. The only thing stopping me is that I want to see you tried, and then executed."
For the first time, Jess faltered, but only for a heartbeat. She moved fast. The pistol came up, almost instinctive. A deafening crack ripped through the mineyard. Noah staggered backward, the bullet catching him in the side of the chest. He fell onto one knee, coughing blood. Jess turned and bolted toward the pickup. She'd made it 20 steps before a blurred figure stepped out from behind the truck. It was Detective Ryan Ratcliffe. He moved with the casual precision of someone who had done this 100 times, in far uglier places. Jess didn't even see the punch coming. Ratcliffe's fist connected with her jaw, snapping her head sideways. She dropped like a cut marionette. The gun bounced out of her hand and skittered across the gravel. Before she could suck in her next breath, Ratcliffe was on her, knee in her back, her wrist pinned, a metallic click, and the handcuffs were locked in place. It took him all of 3 seconds. Pax watched through the bars as Ratcliffe hauled Jess upright. Her eyes were wild, her mouth bleeding. But the fight was gone. The detective glanced at Pax. "You all right?" Pax exhaled slowly. "That depends. Can you find a key to this gate?" Chapter 71. EMTs moved quickly across the gravel, their boots crunching as they clustered around Noah. One of them cut open the sleeve of his shirt, revealing the ugly, bleeding wound across his right shoulder. Another pressed a thick trauma dressing against it, while a third started an IV line. Noah hissed in pain, but stayed conscious. "You're lucky," the lead medic said. "Bullet missed the major vessels. You'll need surgery, but you're not going to die today." Noah let out a weak, shaky laugh. "Well, that's something." Pax stood a few feet away, hands on his hips, still drenched and exhausted. Detective Ratcliffe approached him, wiping dust off his jacket like he'd just stepped out of an office instead of a hidden mine full of victims. Pax looked him over. "You flew out to Miami?" "Yeah," Ratcliffe said. "Soon as you called me from the water, I didn't like what I was hearing. And the Bureau was already sniffing around a trafficking network with Jess's fingerprints all over it." "You knew?" Pax asked. "Not for certain," Ratcliffe admitted. "But when you told me about the island, the submarine, the missing people, it clicked. I had a gut feeling she was the one running things, not the husband." Pax scowled. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" Ratcliffe shrugged in that infuriatingly calm way of his. "Because if she got wind the FBI and I were moving in together, she'd vanish, cut her losses, kill everyone inside this mine and disappear into the wind. You, on the other hand," he gestured vaguely at Pax's muscular build, "people like you attract attention, and Jess always did love a distraction." Pax sighed. "So you used me as bait." Ratcliffe smirked. "I prefer to think of it as strategic deployment of a very large marine." Pax shook his head, but couldn't quite suppress a dark laugh. He turned as Noah approached, his arm in a sling, color slowly returning to his face. The EMTs hovered nearby, but gave him space. Noah met Pax's gaze. There was shame in the man's eyes, and gratitude. Pax stepped forward and offered his hand. "I'm sorry," he said. Noah took it. His grip was firm, despite the pain. "Me too," he said. "I'm sorry I had you thrown off the Sapphire Horizon, and for nearly getting you killed." Pax nodded. "You didn't know?" "No," Noah said quietly. "But I should have. I should have questioned everything. Asked where the money came from, where she went, what she did.
I should have seen the signs.
Pax shook his head. She was good at hiding who she was.
Too good.
Noah murmured, looking toward the patrol cars where Jess, handcuffed and furious, was being led away. Ratcliffe walked up beside them. We'll get the rest of the victims out of the mine. HHS and the Bureau are already staging teams. Pax exhaled slowly, letting the hell of the last 48 hours bleed out of him with the breath. It was over. Jess was caught. Noah was alive. The captives were saved. And for the first time since he'd stepped onto the sapphire horizon, Pax felt like the world had righted itself again. Chapter 72. Pax looked at Ratcliffe and gestured toward the men who had been released from the mine. What happens to them? The detective said. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is on the ground already. The Office of Refugee Resettlement and the Anti-Trafficking Division is taking the survivors. They'll handle medical care, trauma counseling, visas, everything. Pax smiled. That's good. What about you? Ratcliffe asked. Me. I think I'll catch a flight to Philadelphia and see if I can find my brother. Ratcliffe laughed. What? Pax frowned at him, still every bit as lost as when he first got on board the Sapphire Horizon. It's nothing. I'm happy for you, Pax. I hope you find your brother. Thanks. Still, I'm curious. What were you laughing about? It's nothing. Come on, what was it? Pax asked again. Ratcliffe said, You're not hitchhiking? Pax suppressed a grin. No. Why? I kind of thought a guy like you'd simply hit the road, put out your thumb, and see where the road took you. Pax shrugged, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. A big guy like me? In real life, nobody is going to be picking up a guy like me on the side of the road late at night. No, I suppose they wouldn't. Pax said, I'm 42. Old enough to catch a flight when I need to head interstate. The detective smiled at him. Enjoy your flight. And I hope you find your brother. Pax grinned. Thanks for everything, Ryan. I really appreciate it. And don't worry, I'm determinedly single-minded when I'm on a mission. I'll find him. He slanted him with a smart-ass smirk. Maybe I'll call and tell you all about it. The end. You have been listening to Caribbean Wraith, Pax West, Book 3, written by Christopher Cartwright, with Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.
If you're enjoying Scott's audiobook content, please like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out the channel.